All right, guys, welcome back. Matt Turek here alongside Chris Ennis and Dennis Hacker.
Good afternoon, Matt. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Dennis? Welcome back.
I'm doing good, thanks.
All right, we're here for B Squad. Practice is complete. Got a pretty strong field here. A Squad ran a little bit late, but we're getting going here with B Squad. Got tweets coming in already. If you guys are just joining us here, this is continuing coverage of the 2013 Storm InsideBowling.com Open here at Tropicana Lanes in St. Louis, Missouri. Right now, practice is finished, and bowlers are heading to their starting lanes to get going. This is an 8-game block. They're going to be bowling 4 games on one side of the house and 4 games on the other, similar to last time. Got 3 pairs we're going to be bringing you coverage here on. We got lanes 31 and 32, lanes 41 and 42, and lanes 47 and 48.
So, Matt, we've already got people in the chat asking where people are bowling. Honestly, guys, the bowlers didn't even know until just this very moment. They drew a card to decide which side of the house they were going to be on to start the squad, and that's where they all practiced. They didn't even know why, while they were practicing, what their starting pair was going to be. They are all drawing cards now and heading down to the pair that they got assigned randomly just moments ago. So
really?
We don't even know who all is bowling together on the pairs. I'm just getting stared down by Greg Getzfellow up here. He's looking at me in the booth.
Well, this should be an interesting squad. This is a larger squad than this morning, and we've got a lot of big names bowling in this squad. Bill O'Neill. Looks like Mike Fagan is rolling in this once again. Rob Gottschall. Just the list goes on and on. I mean, really interested to see how well this squad does compare to the first squad, since they're bowling on fresh oil. The condition now, or the laying pattern is getting ingrained into this surface, and we'll see if things transition differently than they have since the doubles last night and into the first squad today. Looking down the list here, we have youth bowler here, Kyle Sherman bowling in this squad here. He second team All-American over at Lindenwood College. Very fine young man who was on the telecast last night listening in. He sounds like a grounded young man and doing very, very well in this game. I expect him to have a good showing here today. Well, he bowled in the youth tournament out at Crust, was that a few weeks ago, Matt? And
yeah,
they were bowling on the, was that the 2011?
It was, yeah, the 2011 IB Open pattern. That was Ricky Matsko's MJT. He just started doing those junior tournaments. It's actually more of an under-21 tournament.
Yes, and what I was tuned in watching that telecast, interested to see how they would attack that condition. And it seems similar to what I've seen so far today. You got to start outside. Kyle ended up winning that tournament. He's got a little bit of experience, maybe knowing a little bit what to expect. So look forward to seeing how well he does. Like I said, we've got, how many we got in this squad?
96
total.
Okay. Yeah, some of the names that I'm just kind of scrolling through here. I see Rob Gottschall's here again. Ronnie Fujita.
Yep.
Let's see, Marshall Kent.
He's actually going to be on lanes 41 and 2, one of our featured pairs right in front of us to start the day out. So.
Oh, good.
Excellent.
Good deal, good deal. Yeah, Bill O'Neill here, Derek Sapp. As Chris mentioned, Kyle Sherman, Lee Vanderhoff, Mike Wolf, Matt Todd, local boy, Chris Taylor. And the list goes on and on and on. If you guys want to check out for yourselves the list of bowlers, you can head on over to InsideBowling.com. Up on the top, you can hit IB Events. And then down to the IB Open 2013 tab. And then over on the left-hand side, you can see a little thing called Current Entries. Go ahead and click that. And you'll be able to see who's exactly bowling which squad. So this is it's going to turn out to be pretty cool.
Yeah. Very deep field.
Turns out we have our first re-entry of the day. 95 bowlers showed up for the squad, and somebody didn't show, so Mike Fagan grabbed that 96.
He jumped all over it.
So he's right here in front of us also in lanes 39 and 40 to start the day out. bowling on the same lanes as Cameron Doyle. You may remember that name. He was the youngest winner of a PBA tournament until the young man just recently took that over.
That youngster, is that two-hander, that kid?
Right,
Yeah.
But Cameron had that previous distinction where he was the youngest winning member of a PBA regional event. So.
Wow.
All right, well, bowlers are putting their names in here on the scoring console. Let's go ahead and start you down on lanes. Where do we got here? 47, 48. Looks like Anambarda's down on that pair.
And it appears there's a little bit of a mechanical malfunction.
Oh, there is
on that
on
pair
48.
But now they're coming on.
There they go.
Is 29 and 30 going to be out of commission?
Yeah,
as it was
yeah,
this morning?
29 and 30. That was the pair with the oil problem. Did they fix that this time around?
Well, what they would do in a situation like that, since 27 and 8 came into play for the first squad of the tournament, there's no reason not to have them in play for the entire tournament. That way, it's fair for everybody, and the lane would have been conditioned exactly the same number of times as all the rest of them that are out here. So they decided to keep 27 and 8 in play for the whole day.
Makes sense.
We're getting questions on Tim where he's starting. It appears to be lanes 45 and 6. So that means we'll catch him later in the squad on one of our pairs probably. And the first few shots are being thrown on B squad for the 2013 Storm InsideBowling.com Open presented by Budweiser. Thanks to B. Paris in the chat, who told us that the winner of the youngest winner of a PBA tournament now is Wesley Lowe. I couldn't remember his name. It's a little tough being under the gun with a headset and a microphone on up here.
Yeah,
trying to remember all these things that you might know whenever it's other.
All this pressure behind the mic. But yeah, there's a lot of bowlers, not sure what lanes they're on. All we can do is hopefully recognize some faces, and maybe a name on the back of the shirt always helps.
So yeah, Dennis, you know more of the out-of-towners here, don't
I know
you?
quite a few of them, yep.
Yeah, so that's going to help us out a lot. Take you on down here to 47 and 48. Anambarda gets started.
And missing the head pin to the right. You're going to see that quite a bit in the first couple of games at least. At least that's what we experienced on the A squad.
Yeah. Going to see a lot of washouts. Saw a lot of 2 pins watching the coverage this morning as well.
We had Jeff Riggles in the booth with us for most of the A squad this morning. As a matter of fact, I didn't even leave home until about 15 minutes before the first ball was thrown. And I have a little bit over an hour and a half drive to get here, so I was listening on my telephone to the commentary, and even he was talking about the fact that a lot of these guys are able to use high-performance bowling balls in a part of the lane that they never, ever see with the lane condition that we've got out here today.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting poll to see. When's the last time you threw it up 5th board?
Yeah. Or even further outside than that.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to look that much further out there. That ditch is a little too close.
That part of the lane used to be in play. I remember those days. That dates me a little bit, and I'm sure that if I have any friends in the chat that I'll probably get a little grief about that one. I see a Let's Go Jeremy Hunt in the chat, and he's not bowling until C squad. And we're about an hour or 15 minutes late starting B squad, so depending on how well this one goes, it can't go a whole lot slower than A did. We may be looking at an 8 or 8:15 start tonight for C squad as well.
Yeah, I would say you're probably right there. There's just not as many strikes thrown.
As much as they might talk about just the little bit of delay that happened this morning with 29 and 30 being a cause of this, I think more of it is due to the 2 balls every frame being thrown across. You know, it's happening way more than what people are normally used to.
We also got Mike Fagan, the re-entry here, is going to be on 39 and 40. I went ahead and moved the camera. He's bowling with Rob Gottschall today, or for this block.
That'd be fun to watch.
And Cameron, that's going to be a heck of a pairing to watch all day. Those guys are. Cameron starts out with a quick double, using surface on. I couldn't figure out for sure. I think he's got a Storm shirt on, so.
I can't tell what that is. A Lucid, maybe?
It's possible. Got a text from my buddy Jeff Carter a little while ago. Told me that he would be here in a little over an hour, so he's coming down to probably hang out with us a little bit today.
Oh, cool. Looking forward to that.
Got Mike Fagan up on lane 40.
You can catch a little bit of glimpse of Marshall Kent throwing out of the right side there. There's Mike.
That's right where he started last block.
It is.
Looks like he's throwing the sink this time.
It is where he started last block, but look how much slower.
Oh,
yeah.
He was piping at the last block, and I think he
was
learned just from the 8 games that he bowled this morning that the speed is not going to be necessary.
So he had a lot more speed this morning?
Yeah. And I think, he ended up 150-something over.
I got it here.
You got it there? He was 7th on the squad.
Yeah, he 7th on the squad, 176 over.
176 over.
Yeah, 1776 on the day, or on the block.
So folks, think about that for a minute. We've got probably 300 bowlers here today. We're looking at making the top 16. Mike's 176 over and doesn't think he's going to make the top 16 with that number, so he's a re-entry at this point.
That tells you a little bit about this field.
It does. And one other thing, he had 190 to start the day, if I remember right, so he was under after 2.
Yeah.
And so his 176 over that he is for 6 games, so he found something
Right.
as the squad went on this morning, and is going to probably try his best to put that into play early.
Yeah, I remember hearing Jeff mention that earlier in the broadcast about how he maybe figured out he softened his hand up a little bit, and maybe that's part of what he found, along with a little less speed maybe.
So we have a few designs being left out there right now at the beginning here. Marshall Kent starting with a 5 spare in the first frame, 8 spare second frame.
Here he is up now on lane 42. Nice shot.
There's a nice one. We talked about the number of people throwing 2 shots a frame during this. Look what I have standing next to me here. Are we twins? Almost. Jeff Carter just stepped up next to me here.
See if he wants to jump in on it with us there.
We got a headset here.
Yeah, we got an open headset.
I'll let him walk around for a minute and get acclimated, and then bring him into the booth in a second.
Yeah, we don't want to bombard him as soon as he gets here, right?
Right. But anyways, as I was saying, with the number of people throwing 2 shots a frame in this tournament, how important is the second shot? How important is it that they make every single one of those makeable spares today?
Well, and I see this sometimes, like in the game of golf. It's not always how good your good shots are, it's how good your bad shots are. Staying away from a 4-6 split like Mike Fagan just happened to him there is trying to stay away from those potential open frames, leaving something pickable.
Yeah, and the key to that is really not giving away the pocket and making sure you're not throwing the ball to the right. You really, especially to start, unless you have a ton of hand, you really want to point the ball right up the lane or even at the pocket some.
Even a ton of hand is not going to make that ball come back from where Justin Williams just threw his shot out here. 2-hander, enough revs for everybody else in the pair probably, and the ball still slid. Cameron Doyle up on lane 40 now on the right. He's got that sanded, what we think is possibly lucid, and it leaves a 2-8-10. A lot of surface that you see on bowling balls out there right now.
talking to a few bowlers before the squad started, that's what I heard. They were all, and saw many of them working on their balls, doing the same thing, probably picking up, watching the broadcast, trying to pick up how the conditions were, what they might need to do to get ready for their squad.
If you guys are just joining us at home, there's multiple ways you can interact with us here at Inside Bowling. You can talk to us in the chat, ask some questions, talk about who you want to see, answer some questions that we might have. We do have the smartest fans in bowling, as we like to pride ourselves in saying. Then there's another cool feature, the Twitter feature. You can go ahead and tweet using hashtag Inside Bowling. Your tweets will appear on the screen. So we do encourage everybody at home to tweet. We also encourage the bowlers to tweet. So if you got a friend or a family member out there bowling the squad, go ahead. Let them know that they should go out and tweet about their scores, tweet about the lane conditions. Let us know what's going on through their head, as they advance through this block.
C. Pickett in the chat wants to know if we know what ball Anthony Pepe was throwing. I'm not familiar enough, but I did get a chance to watch him throw a couple of shots, and honestly, he was piping it. It wasn't fast. He was throwing. Fairly straight through most of the lane, actually through the heads and through the mids. And if you watch the ball a couple of times, you'd be very surprised that the 7 actually went, because it almost looked like it was going to be a half hit. But he had he had the right ball to match up so that when the ball went through the pins, the 7 went out. And that's where a lot of. But interesting though, if you look back at the history of the A squad, his first 3 games were 803. And he ended up at what? What was his number? Plus
218.
218. Yeah. So for the next 5 games, he went 15 over. I think he had a pretty bad last game because he was at 240 over or something like that after game 7. So, and we're getting some help in the chat saying that he was throwing an IQ Pure and a Lucid, so that helped, the solid one. So thanks to DS Barlow.
All righty. That's what we like to say. We have the smartest fans in bowling here. They always correct us, and we welcome that, because sometimes we make mistakes here. This is live broadcasting, no script here. So we're watching split screen coverage here. Lanes 31-32 and 41-42.
We've got, I think there's 4 scores that are 200 plus. Knowing that you're going to have to end up after, averaging 225 a game to get in that little group. I wonder what it feels like to go out and have a start where you have 2 or 3 opens in the first 4 frames on the beginning of a block like this, and realize what a hole you have right now to climb out of.
Yeah, but that's part of the mental game, if that happens. You really got to, grind through it and make sure it doesn't affect your mental game and get back on the horse, and because it won't stop you. This just challenging condition really levels the playing field like that.
It's so hard to eliminate that thought of now I need 3 in a row to make up for that, but it's one shot at a time out here, and it's difficult to stay into that mental frame.
Well, again, too, if they just look around and see that everybody else is having the same trouble that they're having right now, then maybe it's not as bad of a deal as it would be if you think you have to have the 3 or 4 in a row to make up for it. So, what's Fagan and Doyle doing? There, we're getting it in the chat. So, Mike Fagan's up on the left lane. He's on 39 right now, and it looks to me like he's got an open in third. He's filled every other frame, but no doubles. And that ball went heavy and left a 4-pin. It could have been a 4-6 very easily. So he's looking at only 80 in fifth to start out with.
Not the kind of start I'm sure he would have liked, but it's a long way to go. 8 games.
Cameron Doyle started with a double, but he missed a 10-pin in the 3rd frame and then split in the 4th. He's got a spare in the 5th, so he's also only at 80-something in the 5th to start out the game.
Watch Justin Williams, 2-hander. That looks
Very
like
nice
a good line.
Yep. He tightened that one up. He didn't get it as far outside, but it stayed right where it was.
You got to like the way the 10-pin kicked out of there. Mike Fagan covers up his spare, stays clean and through the 5th frame.
Kevin Williams up on lane 43, a two-handed lefty. 68 in the 4th right now with a strike in the 5th. So don't have anything remarkable to talk about as score-wise out here in front of us. Vernon Peterson's up on lane 44, just a little bit to the right of our coverage, and he's got a split in the 2nd, but strikes across the board up until the 6th frame right now, so he's actually throwing in 6th. And Vernon gets another one, so he's got them all but one. Rob Gottschall looks to be settling down a little bit. 54 in the 4th right now. He had a ugly mess in the 3rd frame, but he's got a double up after that. So Cameron Doyle now throwing on lane 40. And
that's a good shot.
He carries, so he's 80 in the 6th with a strike up. Just when we talked about Justin Williams' shot on lane 41, he gets up on 42 and tightens it up and lets it run and leaves the 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10. You folks get a chance to come on over and take a look at what's happened. This squad is just getting started. We've got a good probably 4 hours of competition here before we re-oil and get ready to start on the C squad tonight. No charge to get in the building.
Never tweets.
And honestly, as much fun as it is to watch the bowling, you got to take a look at the setup in this booth. I tell you every single time, I've mentioned this morning, every time I come and have a chance to participate in this, there's something new on the table. Thanks for the baseball updates. Cardinals are up 1-0.
Well, hopefully the rain will stay away. They'll get the game in. A whole lot going on out there. NFL draft, baseball. Love this time of year. IB Open. It don't get much better than this.
Nope. Boy, haven't the Birds been playing nice lately? I mean, they don't have a flashy team, but they certainly have been finding ways to win. The starting pitching has really helped out a lot on that.
Yes, they've been carrying the load so far, and it's, we're still in April. And the weather hasn't even warmed up yet. When the weather warms up, we'll see if hitting comes around.
Well, it just seemed that when the bullpen got ugly, the starters decided, hey, we can't necessarily let it be up to them as much as they were before. So
I'm going to switch over to 39 and 40, Rob Gottschall.
And he's figured something out. He's actually got the ball facing up to the pocket. He was kind of rocky there early. He left a 10-pin on that shot right there, but he had a double prior to, so. Here's Cameron Doyle again up on the left lane. Very, very nice shot on that one.
That was 2 solid shots there. Nice double.
That youngster's got a little experience already. You can tell that.
He doesn't seem to be afraid bowling on the same pair with Mike Fagan. That would be a little intimidating, I would think. Or have the other effect and raise your game. Get yourself pumped up to see if you can beat these guys. Give you a lot of confidence going into the next game rest of the way.
The best game going on that pair with Gottschall and Fagan and Doyle is by a raisin named Greg Getzlow from the St. Louis area right now. He's got 106 in the 5th with the spare up, so he's holding his own with those guys.
Fagan leaves a 4-pin there.
Wow, Greg just got ripped on that one. He's not the only player that I've seen today actually playing right to left. It's rare that you see people ever do that anymore, but on this condition, he's actually pointing from the gutter.
All right, we got C. Pickett in the chat. Like to check on Adam Bardo. Well, let's do that. He's over on lanes 47 and 8. He's on this pair. He just bowled a moment ago. I caught him throwing his shot. He threw a strike. I like the blue hammer shirt he's got on today.
On the left lane there on 47-8, that's Antonio Medina. Used to be from around this area, or at least up in the northern part of Illinois, and now is living in Louisville and has come back to participate. He's been a supporter of the IB Opens ever since day one.
Yeah, he was in the booth, joined us in the booth last night with Jason Woolen for the second block of that doubles tournament. That was a lot of fun.
Nice shot there by Antonio. It's kind of hard to see what his score is. It looks like that was a double, though, at least on the bottom of the... And I guess there's a scoreboard up on the screen so that you can see what he just shot on that pair. So
people are asking about Tim Barron. He's down on 45 and 6 right now.
I was looking at he's got 80-something in the fifth.
With a split and then a double. Is that it? Is that his score?
Do they change sides? Does it follow him?
The screens will flip.
Okay.
So it does follow, yeah.
He's got a split in the fifth and a double up after that, it looks like. So.
Yeah.
And bowling in the 8th frame. So. Rob Gottschall gets stuck with a 9-pin on that shot, so he's gone 10-pin, 9-pin on his last two shots, but he's got the pocket now at least, and with a ball with surface on it. Tim Barrett gets the third one in a row, so he's back to even on the game. I don't know. Tim Barrett had so many fans.
Yeah, well, he did just win the Peterson this year. You know?
I know that. Maybe. Maybe.
He's pretty. He spent some time out on tour too. Last year. I don't think he renewed his card yet.
No, I don't think so either. I believe him and Corey Young, and not even sure if Jeremy Hunt might have been in that group a couple of times where they roomed together out there. Tim is the 2013 Missouri State Bowler of the Year, by the way. He will be honored at the Missouri State Showcase at Tantera on June 1st.
Oh, with a balk by Adam Barta there. I could never balk.
Once you start, you can't stop.
Balking is allowed.
Yeah, it is allowed. I just would break my ankle or break something.
Oh. Couldn't quite get that messenger to knock out the 10. Looks like Adam's throwing the first blood. I'm sure it's sanded down like everything else in the house tonight.
Okay. Yes, he does, Wingnut. Camel does balk. He balked probably 3 or 4 times in the first block today, actually.
McFagan cleans up that mess. He's got 120 in the 7th right now with a spare up.
Lee Vadoris. Adam and Lee have a friendly rivalry going on. Yeah.
Cameron Doyle now through the nose and leaves a mess, and something knocks the 6-pin out of the 3, 6, 10, and the 7 is still sitting there, so he's got a bunch to clean up. What does Bowler of the Year get you? Good question, Mr. Beckelman, if I'm saying your name right. I hope I am. Well, it's a nice honor, honestly, to be able to have that title. You can only get it one time. We don't allow people to be multiple state bowlers of the year. I was actually involved in the process. I'm second vice president of the Missouri State USBC Board of Directors, and part of the evaluation of seeing the people that are nominated for this. So it's a nice thing to say. I'm sure it's going to help them down the line when it comes time for consideration in whatever halls of fame he might be eligible for.
Kyle Sherman down there on 49, look happy with that last shot. He's actually one of my top 5 picks, Kyle Sherman.
Well,
he's been bowling pretty good as of late.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He has a really hot hand of late. And like I mentioned earlier, he bowled on a tournament a few weeks ago on a similar pattern that I'm sure he can draw a little experience from. Did he bowl in this tournament last year?
That's a good question.
Yes, he did.
I don't know. Did he?
Did.
He
Yes.
did, okay. Yeah.
I think he's bowled all 3 years, as a matter of fact. I think he bowled when he was 16 years old. I bowled the first one, but didn't bowl last year.
I have not bowled any of them. There was one Mike did a mini IB Open.
Yep.
That was, I think it was in the fall, just a one-day event. It was on the inside bowling shot, but I bowled that actually and didn't bowl very well.
I was in the booth that day. So we're seeing most starting to get close, if not entering the 10th frames now in game number 1. We've got a good game going over here by Vernon Peterson. It's on lanes 43 and 44. He still has only the open in the second frame. The rest of the game is all strikes, so a possible 268 there for Vernon to start the day out. And 260 was pretty good at the beginning of the day in the A squad. So back in the chat, how does one get nominated for Bowler of the Year? Another great question. We have a nomination form on the Missouri State website. It's mousbc.org, and you can go and nominate anybody that you feel like is deserving of that honor. Honestly, we look at the last season's accomplishments for Bowler of the Year, so that would mean you'd probably want to wait until this summer sometime if you're going to pick somebody. Those nominations are due on February 1st of every year. So pick somebody and send them in. We'd love to take a look at the resume. Tim Barron up on the right lane, and it looks like he's got 4 in a row going into the 10th frame here. First ball strike in the 10th frame. Another one gives him 230 this game. So it's a nice start for him after having an open in the 5th. Vernon Peterson getting ready to bowl on the right lane on 43 and 4. Again, looking at a 260 if he gets the first 2 strikes in the 10th.
Colin Doyle here just left the 7-10. He's got the 10 out. Posted a 156 that first game.
Shaking his head a little bit. I'm sure he's disappointed in a couple of, that hit and it looks like he might have guttered in the 4th frame of that game. I didn't see that whenever I was looking up at the score.
Rob Gottschall just doubled in the 10th. Tim Gottschall's got 141 in the 8th with 3 strikes working into the 10th frame there.
Very good recovery for Rob because he had a nasty game going there early on. Tim Barron's looking to, he's going to probably change balls here on the fill. He's looking at 230 something to start the day off, so that's also a very good start. And Vernon grabbed his first strike in the 10th frame. So he He's looking at least 250. Hey, Danny.
Here's things are winding down here in game 1 of B Squad at the InsideBowling.com Open, sponsored by Storm and Budweiser.
Peterson with the second strike in the 10th, so he has got 260 to start the day off. And Tim Barrett just changed balls and liked the look on that one too. So 230 something. I can't see what the score is in the 5th, but maybe a 6 or something like that. 240, 235.
It's a great start.
Yep. Still, anything in the 230s is a fantastic start.
Fagan strikes in the 10th there.
And he's only looking at 170 with another one, right?
And 176 possible, yeah.
That's a worse start than he had this morning.
And someone in the chat asked earlier what he's throwing. Looks like he's throwing a Storm Sink this game. I like Gacio's ball reaction. It's facing up into that pocket really nice. Speed Control is the name of the game today, it looks like.
Big time. Jay Pisarski in the chat says he's probably trying to play 2 arrows left of everyone. And tell you what, I don't know anybody that's playing two arrows left of everyone.
No.
But we were all the way into the end of game 8 on the A squad and commented this morning that nobody was left of 15. So it's crazy how long this pattern holds up and what guys are having to do to keep the ball, actually get the ball to the pocket.
Yeah, I didn't catch the end of the coverage of the doubles last night. I was curious to see the second block, the burn block, of how that transition was. I assume it was similar to what we're seeing today. Here's Fagan on lane 40.
Mike throwing his fill ball now. He didn't change anything. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't try something else there, but left a flat 10 to finish that with 175. So, like I said, worse start than he had this morning.
Go over to lanes 47, 48. They're still bowling over there. As game 1 is wrapping up here in B squad, and I guess they're switching in the first game 1 to the left, switching one lane or one pair.
They'll skip 1 pair in the first game and 2 pairs in the second game. 3 pairs in the third game, and then both sides of the house switch. So we are joined in the booth now as the bowlers move for the beginning of game 2 by none other than Jeff Carter from Springfield, Illinois. He drove down just to watch today, I believe.
Yes, I did. I was actually in the chat earlier this morning and through a little bit of prodding from the Storm guys. They talked me into driving down and hanging out tonight, and it's always a pleasure to be in the booth for Inside Bowling.
We had quite the folks to watch in game 1 here, and a little bit of surprising start. We told everybody that, we had 96 bowlers signed up for B squad, only 95 showed, and so Mike Fagan grabbed that one last spot as a re-entry possibility on B, and started out 20 pins worse than his worst game on the morning block. So
well, I definitely don't blame him for getting in there and giving it another shot, especially for the guys that are coming from out of town. If you're going to go ahead and come to an event like this, why not take as many chances as you can get? So I certainly don't blame him.
Marshall Kent just threw his first shot on 45 and 6, and the ball ran away. Brook went on him, left a 5-10 down there. I don't know if he...
Well, I noticed that he was playing a little more in the start than I've seen anyone else so far. And I guess I heard Jeff talking earlier in the broadcast, you miss right, it goes right, and if you miss left, it's going to take off on you.
Well, I'm surprised that it did what it did, honestly. I don't think that he missed as much as it might appear that he did on that one. I think he slides the 5 in front of the 10.
Well, keep in mind that, especially on a pattern such as this, you're totally at the mercy to whoever was on that pair before you, not only because of what they did the first game, but also because moving for game 2, they had I'm assuming there was 15 minutes of practice on the pair.
There was random practice.
I think it was 10.
They didn't know what lanes they were going to be on until after practice was over. So
okay.
They couldn't do anything to set the lanes up at all for themselves.
I missed that. Even this morning when I was watching a little bit on A Squad, I missed practice, so I didn't get to see what was going on. But again, you're totally at the mercy of who was on that pair before you, and if they play the lanes differently than what you did, then when you move over, your first couple shots could definitely be a surprise.
So coming here in front of us, I know we've got Dave Kroll from down in Springfield on the 41 and 2 pair.
Let's go to that pair.
Getting ready to bowl on the left lane. I think Dave has one PBA regional championship to his credit. His son is a fairly prolific high school bowler in Missouri right now, so he tickles the pins and carries the first frame strike.
It's kind of amazing just walking through here, once I got down here and seeing the quality of the field for this event. Mike does a tremendous job not only running a quality event, but promoting enough to where you can draw from all across the country and not only get bowlers, but get high quality bowlers here. And like we were talking, or like the guys this morning were talking, not only some of the touring players such as Fagan and O'Neill and Dell and Carolyn, but some of the high quality amateur players from all over the country are here. So it's kind of nice to see that group of bowler come out and support this event.
It's incredible, actually. I'm amazed at the turnout and the level of, or the caliber of talent that's in this house here this weekend.
I think the involvement of Storm had a lot to do with this year's tournament. And, I mean, Mike himself even said last year, I had 115 entries. How could I have possibly had thought about this? Part of what you said is true, Jeff. You got people coming from all over the country, high-quality players, PBA players, high-quality amateurs. But one of the things that he was able to do this time is get a lot of the people around St. Louis that have never really committed to one of these events to bowl, and part of it was due to the fact that the entry fee you pay for one squad gets you a high-performance Storm ball along with it, and they can justify coming out here and paying that much to have a chance to bowl in this tournament.
I thought long and hard about it, to enter in myself, to be humbled just to get that bowling ball. I think he has set up a great model for some tournaments to come. Hopefully some other maybe Storm will step up again and sponsor something like that again, or some other bowling companies might take notice as well. I think this is a great way to get their product in the consumer's hands, as well as a great way to get some of the best bowlers around to participate.
Right.
I had a conversation with Randy Peterson a few minutes ago, and we were talking about that exact same thing, about how it was almost a no-brainer for a lot of the local guys that have very little as far as expenses go for a weekend like this to not enter an event like this. You get the bowling ball. It's a great experience on patterns that you're not going to see very often. So for any of the guys that bowl in and around the state of Missouri, Illinois, things like that, and you want to be able to challenge yourself, get better and grow as a player, this is the type of event that you really need to invest your money in competing in.
I talked to a couple of the guys from St. Louis that bowled the first squad, varying results after A squad, but a number of them are able to self-evaluate. They came off the lanes. They might have come off the lanes with only a plus 50 or 60. And honestly, having, without a whole lot of experience bowling on patterns like this, they'd even feel good about what they did on A squad, even though they're not going to have a chance at making the top 16 in bowling tomorrow. So,
well, I've always said that if you can bowl an event like this and learn something from it and take something away for the future, it's definitely worth competing in. Even bowling PBA regionals, things like that. As long as you can also use it as a learning experience, you're better off for the future.
That's for sure.
We have somebody in the chat asking to explain in minus score that we refer to.
That's very simple. In bowling, par is 200. Anything over 200 is plus pins. For instance, if you were to bowl 214, you'd be plus 14. If you bowled 186, you'd be minus 14.
Pretty much came from the PBA from years ago. I really don't think a lot of league bowlers ever thought about it like that, but when you're looking up at a scoreboard, you don't know exactly how many games they might have bowled. The plus or minus score makes every bowler relative to the other one. A total of 1610 could be plus 210 or it could be plus 10 depending on how many games they bowled, and you just don't know when you're looking at the totals. So that's why.
Nice to see guys like Randy Weiss and Lee Vanderhoff come up here from the south, and Cameron Doyle's down in the Carolinas. You know, the young phenom that everybody's been talking about for years.
One of the things I think is cool, and I was listening to a conversation back in the tournament office. I even talked about this in the first squad. There was a bowler in the field who looked at Mike Flanagan and said, "You don't realize how big you've become over the last year."
See, I heard you say that earlier when I was listening on the webcast,
Yeah.
and I thought you meant he put on a lot of weight.
Wait. No, that's me, Jeff. It's not Mike. It's me.
Right. I was going to have to put Flanagan on a diet if that was the case.
No, that's not the case at all. It just means that you have to have some credibility to get guys to come from Carolinas and from the South. And I think, isn't there someone from Canada here? I think there was. I heard somebody from Ontario was here as well.
Well, I tell you what, the biggest key with Mike is, and the reason why this is becoming such a huge success is his level of passion is nearly unmatched from the promotional side of the industry. There are an awful lot of tournament groups, even here in the Midwest. We've got several that are starting to really thrive. But some of the stuff that Mike does, and the areas that he reaches, and the name that he's developed for himself, he's really starting to separate himself from some of the others.
It's been fun to watch, and happy to be part of it. Just to contribute a little bit of time sitting here in the booth. It's a real honor to be here, and even not bowling, I tune in and watch. Want to come here and watch in person. That try to pick up on something that might help my game, whether it's conversations that you all talk about or Peterson gets in here and talks about. There's usually a nugget or two that might help you apply the next time you hit the lanes. Maybe have a little success, make it more fun.
Well, no matter what, bowlers still want to watch bowling. And if the PBA is in the shape that it is now, to where we're not seeing as many live shows, live events, it's not on TV as much as it was for several years, bowlers want to go watch it somewhere. And by live streaming events like this gives a lot of the bowlers at home a chance to hook up their laptop to their big screen TV, watch bowling all day long, come and go as they please, be able to see some of the best players in the world mixed in with some of the best amateur bowlers in the world, and just see a lot of different names and faces maybe that they aren't aware of. I mean, how many times are you going to get to watch Marshall Kent bowl on TV? You know, in the future that may be the case, but right now there's a lot of people that may have heard his name, but they've never seen him throw a shot. So be able to tune in to the live stream for an event like this and watch guys like Marshall Kent compete. It says a lot for where the future of competitive bowling is heading.
Well, even Riggs this morning said he'd never seen Marshall bowl in person. Mm-hmm. He'd only seen him on like bowl.com webcasts and stuff for the Team USA competitions and whatnot. So, and that guy sees everything, you know?
Yep.
So, another thing that doesn't go unnoticed by myself, I mean, me and you have worked together for an awful lot of tournaments already. And we know what our attitude is on the way you have to, on the show that you have to put on along with a tournament like this. And that's one of the things that I think, I mean, Mike's unparalleled as far as the professionalism, and as good as the webcast looks, for instance, and his signage, and, you know, nothing.
The entire staff being outfitted with jerseys and things
everything.
like that.
I mean, it just
very, very professionally run. And it shows in entries. You know, that's part of the reason why these guys are here bowling, and ladies. the $8,000 on top, and the bowling ball and so on and so forth. But the other part of it is, you run a good solid event, people are going to come back. If you run a shady event and there's a lot of questionable decisions being made, you're going to lose a lot of people here and there. And you know, you saw a couple of hiccups this morning. One with, I believe it was lane 29 that didn't get oiled or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And a few other things that came up. Mike and Jerry and the whole staff were right on top of it right away. They made their decision. You know, whether you like it or not, they made that decision immediately and move forward. And that's what you have to do to be a good host and tournament promoter.
We can kind of see a couple of folks here. Cameron Doyle down on 43 and 4. Started with a double again and opened in the third frame. He had a strike in the fourth, so he's trying to clean up a spare in the fifth on the same type of pace that he was early in the last game, and then ran into some trouble at the end.
We've got some questions in the chat about Mr. Fagan and Storm. There's nothing official yet, and there's nothing been totally verified or done, but Mike is throwing some Storm bowling balls right now, and there's a good chance that you may see more of that in the future, so stay tuned. I'm hoping it's true. It'd be nice to have him on the team. So, and a shout out to Steve Ritker out there in Cheese Land. Hopefully be seeing you in a few weeks, Steve.
Is
out
he there?
in Reno. He's there.
Okay,
So
I see him.
they actually bowl they bowl team right before we bowl our minors events, him and Riggles and Gail
Gotcha.
Myers and those guys. So it'd be kind of fun to be out there in Reno. The USBC's the same time as they are.
So is Flanagan's group from here. They bowl.
They're right after. I'll probably be on my way back home by the time they start
gotcha.
bowling.
Gotcha.
I think they bowl 2 days after.
Well, we're about halfway through game number 2 in the B squad. Looking across the monitors, I don't see any strings per se as of yet. So looks like the field is still struggling to at least burn a shot in there. Or
well, keep in mind on a pattern like this, every time you strip and oil, it's going to get harder. So the scores that were put up by A squad this morning are probably going to be the highest scores that you see all day. And as everything goes on through the rest of the weekend, you'll start to see scores drop more and more. This is definitely a grind. This is definitely an event to where shot making is at a premium, and making spares those are your 2 biggest priorities. You saw some guys earlier this morning just kind of grind their way through games, and those were the guys that had the most success.
Let me ask you this. On C squad with 120 possible bowlers and in the range of 80 to 90 possible re-entries, with experience bowling 8 games on a pattern like this and more play with 5 on a pair, is that going to feed into the scores on C squad at all?
It could. It could actually go. It could work for you. It could also work against you easily. Whenever you have more bowlers on a squad, on a pair, the footprint as the lanes break down, it's much bigger. So the heads could go faster, which could make the lane almost look like it flip-flops. It could force you farther left than what you really want to do on a pattern like this. It could really go any direction. You could see the lanes open up to where if you can move in and find a freshen spot to throw at, it may create higher scores on C squad. So really that's the variable and the unknown that I don't think anybody really knows what's going to happen just yet.
we have someone in the chat asking about scores. Yeah, we don't have any scores posted yet on from game 1. We have Matt, Mike Flanagan, and the rest of his crew. They're in a little bit of a production meeting right now, and I'm sure Brian will be sure to get those standing sheets that'll load up in the bottom of the page here on InsideBowling.com. If you're viewing the streaming through InsideBowling.com, those standing sheets will appear at the bottom of the page. And once we get those, we'll be sure to inform you of that and start reading off some of the scores so we can let you know where your favorite bowler stands.
By the time they print the scores in the tournament office, you guys will see the tab at the bottom of the screen.
I see.
If you are on the InsideBowling.com page, Scroll all the way down and look at the tabs at the bottom. You ought to be able to see standings from A squad alone. Then you'll probably see the standings of B squad that'll change all the way through.
Yeah, A squad is there. The 8-game standings from A squad.
And what about doubles from
doubles?
yeah,
they're still there.
Okay.
They're still there as well.
So you'll see that updated as we go, and you'll see it as probably quicker than we do. They'll usually bring us a printed copy, but it'll be there. So. Rob Gottschall leaves a solid 10. He's in the 7th frame. He's got a cleaner game than he had last game. He's got 109 now in the 5th with the possibility of a spare in the 7th, so that'll put him at just over for this game.
Currently,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say we're currently viewing lanes 47 and 48. We'll switch over to lanes 41 and 42. Give you a look down there.
We've got a lane issue on lane 41, so the action there is kind of halted.
Yep.
It looks like 47 and 8's got Vernon Peterson bowling there. He shot 260, and I wouldn't doubt that is leading the first squad, or leading the B squad.
Vernon's another one of those guys where a lot of Team USA experience. Vernon's been one of the top amateur players for a number of years, and he travels quite a bit bowling events like this, and somebody I haven't seen in a while, so it was nice to walk in and see Vernon. So is he just solid 9s?
Yep. No doubles on that pair either right now for him, so he looks like he's still feeling his way through this game to start out.
You know, another little added twist that's come about within the last couple of years that's really, really awesome to see is the jerseys, you know, from the various companies and the styles that guys are actually developing through their, you know, personalities and different design concepts that these guys are using. It's really refreshing to start to see more of that kind of dig into the whether it be the amateur ranks or the local population of competitive bowling. So yeah, it's really cool to walk into an event like this and see so many guys wearing different style jerseys.
You can go out there and design your own, I believe.
Yep. You know, there's several jerseys out there. I'll give a little shout out to a company that I've just recently started doing some stuff with, Boom Apparel. They're out of Atlanta. They're bowling company. They do a lot of creative ideas and down there. So if you're looking for getting some jerseys designed, check them out and see what they can do for you.
If you can't bowl good, you might as well look good, right?
Absolutely. You know, the PBA, that was one of the really, really cool things that they did 5 or 6 years ago by allowing the guys to get a little bit more creative and coming up with their own designs and letting their personality show through. So that was something that I was a huge fan of whenever that idea first hit.
Grandma 7 in the chat wants to see some of the women bowl. We had some.
I do too, Grandma.
Very,
we have
very, very talented ladies in the first squad today. Thought Carolyn was going to make a good run at top 16, but she fell off in the last game.
I've only seen a couple ladies bowling on this squad, period. So
well, this is only half the squad on this side. This is game 2. They'll bowl 4, and then they will flip sides. So we're unsure.
I walked around on the other side, and I only saw a couple over there. So.
Well, certainly when they make their way onto a feature pair or within camera shot, we'll be sure to get them on for you.
And for those of you who are Tim Barrett fans, it appears to me that if they skip 2 pairs at the end of this game, that he's going to be on one of our featured pairs in game 3 on this side, 31 and 2. So we'll let you see him throw a few shots. Antonio Medina up on the left lane on the last pair here, and it looks to me like he's got a fairly big string. I'm looking at it through 54-year-old eyes.
And you just catted El Guapo.
Yes, I did.
With 5 through the middle.
Yes, so. I did.
This booth is good for ending strings when we mention them.
That's why it'll be rare that you'll hear me talk about somebody on a string, because I am a human black cloud. Especially for myself.
Antonio's on the Adam Barta pair, as it is coined. Adam owns any pair he's on. So.
Yes, absolutely. Adam's another one of the the hottest amateur players in
Boy,
the
is
country
he ever.
over the
You
last
see his
couple years.
picture everywhere lately on Facebook, winning. So
The social media these days, it's really something how the word can get out.
I honestly think that social media will be one of the biggest reasons that competitive bowling makes a comeback. It's a whole lot easier to promote events. It's easier to get the word out. It's easier to talk about it and exchange ideas through social media. So I think that Facebook, Twitter, things like that will really help get the ball rolling to bring competitive bowling back to where it really should be. I love watching Fagan bowl.
me too.
I always have. Even I remember bowling. The first time I saw him, we were bowling a World Team Challenge up in the Chicago area back in the 90s, late 90s, and in comes this 16-year-old kid from New York, and I was just amazed watching him bowl then. That's how long ago it was. Grandma Josie is on the other side, so you will see her. I did happen to see her when I was walking around, so you will see her in the last 4 games.
All right, so I'm not going to put the kibosh on Marshall Kent, but I will tell you this. He's got 29. He's got 29 in the second, and there's no score left, and he's no score on any other frames, and he's getting ready to bowl in the.
We'll just say that he hasn't used his spare ball
in
at least 5 or 6 frames.
Yeah, 5 or 6 frames. So, and he's waiting for dead wood to be cleared out of his lane. So we're going to have a few minutes here before he actually throws that shot. So.
Speaking of Marshall Kent, little congratulations thrown out to the Robert Morris Eagles as well as the McKendree boys collegiate bowling teams for their performances last weekend in the collegiate championships. That was some pretty impressive bowling by both those teams.
McKendree knocked Lindenwood out, I believe, and they
did.
led the tournament, right?
They did, yep.
And that was a strong group of players right there,
Sure,
too.
yeah, the Lindenwood program led by Randy Lightfoot's been pretty strong for years, but keep your eye on the McKendree program. Dennis Knepper's got a pretty solid group down there, and those kids are getting better each year, and they could be an up-and-coming program. I guess it's hard to be up-and-coming when you finish second in the collegiate championships, but they're definitely on the rise.
So Marshall Kent is up on the lane, number 45, getting ready to throw this shot.
Flat 10 for Marshall.
Almost a 7-10.
But on this type of a pattern, flat 10 spares a good frame. Take your doubles when you can get them, make your spares, move on,
Absolutely.
Control the pocket. Anytime you're bowling on a pattern like this or something, such as the U.S. Open or things like that, I almost try in flat 10. I almost try and make sure that I can control the pocket, leave something that's makeable and move on.
That's what I was mentioning earlier, is trying to make sure you can at least leave something clean that you can pick. Stay away from goalposts.
So logistically, I'm just thinking about how the day is going so far. We're late on starting B squad. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that people are throwing 2 balls a frame instead of the idea that we were delayed maybe 15 minutes this morning.
Well, however, I think that's just kind of the way events like this run in general. You can have you can work tireless hours trying to figure out what your squad times are going to be and making sure everything runs on time. But when it all comes down to it, if the scoring pace is lower, generally bowlers take a little bit more time on the approach and before they throw each shot.
True.
It really kind of grinds the time down quite a bit.
So should you consider the lane condition whenever you're scheduling your squads on that?
Absolutely. Anytime I run an event, such as our team challenge that you and I ran last year, we had a couple of unforeseen issues where we had a guy late to get there to get started. We had some computer issues that kind of delayed our start for the second squad, but you always have to take into consideration how hard the pattern is and how much time it's going to be for bowlers to bowl each game. If Mike would have run something like Cheetah, then yeah, they're going to be striking a lot more. Bowlers are up and ready to bowl, a lot faster. They take less time on the approach, and you're going to see squad times run a whole lot faster. So I think this is just the nature of the beast.
but it's probably one of the least thought about things. I mean, you look at how many people you have on a pair of lanes, and you say, this is how long it takes for these people to bowl a game, and that's how you think about it. So,
just another variable that you have to throw into the equation.
Well, I would hope that people understand why the squads go later too. I mean, you want a tough condition, and it's going to be longer. So
if you're going to bowl in this event and have to go somewhere, you shouldn't be bowling in it.
Well, I have a feeling that, you know, you've got how many bowlers we have total in the event?
Well, we're
possibly 300
entries by the time C squad.
Out of the 300, well, let's take out 100 for the reentries. Out of the 200 bowlers total, 120 to 150 of them are legitimate competitive bowlers that have bowled in these types of events long enough to where you know that if your squad's running 30 minutes behind, it's almost to be expected. You know, you get there on time, and if you have to wait, you have to wait. So you're right. If you're bowling an event like this and you've got other plans and something to do, then probably wasn't the smartest decision in the world.
So Rob Gottschall does it again, looking for the look early on in the game, and finds a way to string the last 4 for a 220 this time. So he's plus 40 when he could have easily have been minus 40 the way he started out both games, and that's just goes to show you what kind of a mental game that man has got.
You got to have a short memory, that's for sure.
Well, your helmet is definitely one of your biggest tools in an event like this. You've got to be able to kind of to grind along, take the highs with the lows, and be able to shake a bad frame off instantly so you can turn around and make the adjustments and make a better shot in the next frame.
And even with the start that he had in game 1 with that 179, Mike Fagan with another strike here in the 10th frame is going to be about 20 pins better after 2 games than he was in A squad. He's up right now on lane 43, going for the second one in the 10th, and that will put him in the 230s.
That was a great shot there.
Fantastic shot there.
You know, listening to Jeff Riggles this morning talk about Mike's arm swing, the thing that sets him apart is the fact that his axis point is so low. It's around 3.5, 3 5/8, somewhere around there. So his release is unusual compared to most what you would call power players, but his swing is so loose, it allows his hand plenty of time to literally do anything he wants it to do to get out of the bowling ball. So he's such a unique individual and so versatile in the things that he wants to do that he's getting to the point now where there's virtually nothing he can't do.
A couple of things in the chat that they're asking. One was, what time do you think C Squad will start? We don't have anything official from the folks who are running this tournament, but I can't imagine that it will start earlier than 8 o'clock. So Mike Fagan changed balls and for the fill and just got interrupted in the middle of his approach by a slap out, it looked like to me. And he wants to make a good shot here and get a good read off of this bowling ball, so he stepped back off the approach and started over.
Threw a different ball this time.
Looked like he went to an IQ tour on the fill.
We're in game 2 of the B squad. My name's Chris Ennis alongside Jeff Carter, Dennis Hacker, bringing you the action here at Tropicana Lanes in St. Louis for the 2013 Storm IB Open.
There's Adam Barr deciding here in front of the booth as he's going by, flipping down to the other side.
Got a question in the chat from Rich Bays wanting to hear a little bit more about the Storm University program that we've got going. Rich, that's a program that we recently started. We're working on the educational side of the sport. It's a program that is starting to become my full-time job since I'm bowling very, very little anymore. What we're doing is we're putting together different packages. The one, for instance, that we're going to be running in Springfield, Illinois in June, I believe it was 7th and 8th, or 8th and 9th? 8th and 9th.
8th and 9th.
It's a 2-day camp, costs us $249. It's a total of about 16 hours of training. It's going to involve physical game, mental game, lane play, spare shooting, You name it, we're going to cover it. Equipment, there'll be a storm matchmaker going on the entire weekend. We'll have a small sweeper at the end on the patterns that we're going to be using for the advanced lane play portion, so you get a chance to actually win your tuition back. You'll be able to get in on some storm bowling ball specials. There'll be some gift bags involved. We're going to provide lunch on Saturday and a few other little amenities, but we're really focused on the educational side of the sport. This isn't going to be one of those camps that has a lot of entertainment going on. We're really going to bust your butts on trying to train you and work really hard on creating better bowlers. So it's a program that we're investing an awful lot of time in. It's something I take a lot of pride in myself. It's something that we're going to try and grow throughout the year and see how it goes, and then hopefully really attack it hard across the country next year.
I think that's a great idea, a great program. It's something that would certainly prepare bowlers to bowl in an event like this. Maybe be better prepared to come into some, knowing what they're going to walk into, how to prepare for it.
Exactly, and that was my whole thought process as far as the advanced lane play portion of the camp, is to create an environment to where you can comfortably work and practice on conditions and patterns like this, and learn strategies, learn how to utilize your equipment for an event like this, how to adjust your physical game based on what you're seeing on the lanes. Because all the top bowlers in the world, they have so many tools in the bag that when you come to this event and you're not prepared for it, not only are you behind the learning curve as far as the guys that have staff contracts with bowling balls, but you're behind the educational curve because these guys have seen it, they've done it, they know what to do. No matter what they see, they have an idea what they want to do. And you may be an outstanding player, you may have an awesome physical game, but if you don't know how to adapt that to whatever condition that you're seeing, it's not going to do you a whole lot of good. Bowling isn't the same as what it was back in 1985, to where conditions were somewhat limited, and in a lot of cases not taking away from the players of that era, because I certainly was one, but back then in a lot of cases the best physical tools usually won.
Right.
Now it's got to be a much more well-rounded game. You've got to have a great physical game, you've got to understand your equipment, you have to understand lane conditions and transitions, things like that a lot more. So in some cases people will say bowling has gotten so much easier over the years. In some cases it's actually gotten a lot harder.
Yeah, I didn't know this game was ever easy. Once in a while you'll get in a groove and it'll feel easy. That's when it's fun.
I have a question on where does the camp take place. This particular camp will be at Kingpin Lanes in Springfield, Illinois. Our plan is to take this nationally.
So is this the first one?
This will be, actually there was one a couple of years ago up in Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Okay.
That was the first one that they did. I kind of took the program over last year, and we've been spending about the last year actually building it to this point. And this will be the first one under this format that we're going to really push forward with. So, but yeah, again, there are a lot of other camps out there. I know Mark Baker does a lot of his camps. Rick Benoit with Bowl U, he's actually starting to do a lot more on the educational side. And some of the other manufacturers are doing camps as well. So it's not something that we're unique to the sport as far as the educational part of it. But I think if everybody pitches in and does their thing, I think that you're going to start to see a lot more events like these become more prominent. You're going to have bowlers that are going to start demanding either harder lane conditions, or at least to bring some of the integrity back. So
well, I think there's another point that I made earlier on the A squad that I think you can learn everything that you want to about mentally what to do when you hit this condition and whatnot, but you also have to have some experience at it. If you don't know what your body's going to do when you get on something tougher, you can't even make good shots. You can't use what your brain tells you that you know how to do. And for the guys who bowl on national, maybe USBC Open, and that's all they do all year as far as a tough shot is concerned, no wonder when they go back next year they don't do any better necessarily than they did last year. You don't have any more experience than you had when you left 9 games, on the lanes last year. So.
Well, I said it about 10 years ago when the USBC first came out with the sport bowling program. it was kudos to them. I really thought that they were doing the right thing, but the problem was there wasn't enough education attached to the programs to where if somebody that is a 210 average bowler bowls in a sport league and their average drops to 180, well, that's fine for the first year, but if they don't learn anything and they don't improve the next year, they're not going to want to do it again. It's the same in every aspect of life. If you play golf and you're consistently in the 110s or the low 100s and you never get any better, there's a chance that you're going to eventually lose interest and you're just going to quit going. So by teaching bowlers, and I don't even care what skill level it is, you know, we're trying to set up some of our camps and clinics to where we'll work with the lower average players as well. I don't really care. I just want to get the educational side of the sport turned around to where we're doing more things. We're trying to retain bowlers that are routinely quitting the game. We're taking the average bowlers at home that average between 140 and 170, say, and we're turning them into your next crop of 160 to 190 average bowlers, and then we're taking the 180 to 200 guys, and now all of a sudden that's your next crop of guys that are going to come up and start bowling PBA regionals and events like this. So there's a lot of work to be done, but there's a lot of great people in the industry that are doing great things. Carolyn Doran-Ballard, who bowled this morning, you know, she spearheads the USBC coaching program, and she's got a lot of great ideas and a lot of things that are happening down there. So hopefully there's help on the way.
We are starting game 3 on a lot of the pairs that are in front of us, and I'm starting to wonder where we are on having standings for at the end of.
I'm not sure. I just checked below at the bottom of the page, and the standings sheets aren't updated. You know, Mike Flanagan, Matt Turek, and the crew, they're meeting right now. Once again, as soon as we get those, we'll certainly pass those scores along to you, and we'll let you know that they appeared at the bottom of the web page there, and you can view for yourself where things stand.
Well, I'm going to grab some water and go on a walkabout and see if I can find out where our standings are. So
okay,
I'll be back if you guys can take this for a few minutes.
You got it.
All right.
Well, right in front of us on 39 and 40,
yep.
Local guy Eddie Bird. Eddie and I have been good friends for longer than I want to admit. He's also on one of my USBC teams, so it's always nice to get to come down and see Eddie.
I saw him on the coverage last night. I think he was doing pretty well.
Eddie's been struggling with a few things. We've been doing a little bit of video work with him that I still need to review to try and see if we can kind of get him out of the funk that he's been in. So
we've got the coverage on lanes 31, 32. Here's Tim Barrett. Everybody's
for all you Tim Barrett fans out there that wanted to see Tim, there you go.
Oh. It's not the start he wanted there. 2-8-10 it looks like.
Definitely looks like we've got some weird transitions going.
Starting to see some changes. Anybody moving in?
I really haven't seen too many guys jump in yet. I just don't think that there's enough hold down lane to see that happen. Yeah. Even though we're dealing with a little bit longer pattern, and common sense tells you that you have to play in on longer patterns, the shape of this pattern dictates that at least from the start, you definitely have to play out on this type of pattern. So that's the important thing is whenever you go to an event and they do post the pattern and you can at least look at the numbers, you know, the things to always look at first are the length of the pattern, second would be the volume of the pattern, and then you start to look at the shape of the pattern, you know, and you mix that in with whatever lane surface that you're bowling on, put all that information together, and that should give you a pretty basic game plan as to how you need to attack it, and then it's a matter of actually executing the game plan.
That's the hard part.
They definitely don't look like they're playing out quite as good as what they did this morning when I was watching.
And we see Tim here up. And he gets the messenger on lane 32.
Timmy's another good player from the St. Louis area collegiate bowler that that competes in just about anything he can find around the Midwest. So he's got a lot of experience bowling on a lot of different patterns.
Chris Ennis, Jeff Carter with you. We're just beginning Game 3 of the B Squad at the Storm IB Open 2013 here in St. Louis at Tropicana Lanes.
And while we got a second, huge thank you to Storm. I know I'm biased just because I happen to work for the company, but it's really nice to see, you know, the ball manufacturers step up to support big events like this. I know that I actually am a host back home in Central Illinois with our Land and Lincoln Tournaments group, and Storm is our umbrella sponsor for all of our events. So it's always nice when the manufacturers step up and not only put money, but they put their full marketing support in behind an event like this to really help make it what it is. So thank you very much to Storm and Rotagrip.
Yeah, thank you.
And also to Budweiser. And
the king of beers.
And most importantly, thank you to Tropicana Lanes for hosting this event and allowing everybody to come in and compete in an event like this for the weekend. So
yeah, Flanagan pretty much took over the place for the weekend.
He has a tendency to do that.
Try that now.
All right, nothing looks amiss back in the tournament office. Still entering information. I don't know if there might have been a delay on a first game score on the other side possibly or whatever, but we should have scores shortly for at least game 1 and then
I think we know how it goes whenever it's a little slow getting stuff entered every once in a while, don't we, Dennis?
Absolutely, we do.
We've had more than our fair share of computer issues in running tournaments, so it can happen, so just bear with us on getting the scores out to you.
Well, and you know, Jeremy Hunt was talking to me yesterday a little bit about this. The crew that Mike puts together for this tournament is an impressive crew. You got people back in the back that are sitting. Each one has a specific job that they're in charge of, and one of the things that he's done that an awful lot of us have been guilty of not doing in the past is having someone that you can just point in a direction and send them on their way and know that they're going to do the job as well as you would do it in running an event. And so where what Mike has done is he's gathered a very talented group of people to help him run this tournament, and
I'm a little jealous by it.
I know. I know.
It's great to see. I've followed him on InsideBowling.com like many of us have when he goes out of town to Ohio, Iowa, and live stream those events. And you see some of the same bowlers go from event to event, and it's great to see them come all the way down to St. Louis. That just tells you, you know, the respect they have for Mike and what he's done to help promote the tournaments they've bowled in the past. But they have a good idea. It's going to be a good event as well, and I don't think they've been disappointed so far.
Yeah, like I said, you run a good, solid event, and you're going to get bowlers to keep coming back no matter what you do.
When you get a response like this, do you think there's enough tournaments out there? Does this encourage somebody else to try to put some more tournaments together? At some point, do you saturate the market with tournaments? I know it's a fine out there.
No, I think that there's quite a bit of stuff going on around the country that a lot of people just simply don't know about. Once again, like I said earlier, through social media, I get notices and invites daily for tournaments all over from Florida to Michigan to you name it, Eddie Bird with the double. But they're going, these events are popping up everywhere, and it's just amazing the amount of them that are being run. The ones that are repeat events for, you see the 10th annual of an event.
Right.
You may not see a lot of them that pay $8,000 to win. I know that you've got some bigger events. You've got the Lucy Bonneau doubles down in Houston. Eric Ramos runs a big one down in Florida that I believe pays $10,000 to win. Then you have some of the other bigger events like the Shootout at the Fort and some of the other ones that are longer withstanding. All of Woody Dimma's events, the Boot Hills and things like that. Those are the ones that have been around for a number of years. But it's nice when you see a new one pop up and then watch it grow. For instance, I mentioned earlier the team challenge that we run in Springfield in September, the Mary Tubner Memorial Team Challenge. Last year was our first year with it. We had 28 teams. We were pretty happy with that amount of bowlers that we had. The event went well. I think we paid right at $9,000 to win on that one, and we had a very solid field. We had close to 20 PBA national title holders in that field, and
Wow.
I would love to see it grow this year. In the same manner that Mike's events have been growing, is slowly, steadily increase entries each year, and then all of a sudden you've got a problem of, well, I don't have enough lanes now.
I don't have a big enough house.
Exactly. So
I noticed Mike had a schedule back laying on the table, and I'm doing this from memory or whatnot. But for instance, he's doing live streaming at the Proprietors Cup too.
Right, he did last year.
Right, so that'll be his second year doing that. Then I noticed that he's got a 2-day event scheduled for Bowl Expo in Las Vegas.
He's actually streaming for Storm out there at Bowl Expo, so he'll be doing a lot of that. So that'll be a new twist.
A week-long event, and I can't remember the name of the tournament, but it's another week-long event in Vegas that follows right after Bowl Expo. So they're going to be out there doing, it looks like quite a bit of work there. And then the next major one that he's got on the list there is the Mary Tubman Memorial Team Challenge. So
definitely looking forward to that event. For those of you out there and watching, if you're interested, feel free to go to Facebook, look up Land O'Lincoln Tournaments. You'll get all of the information about not only that, but other events that are in Central Illinois. It's something that we take a lot of pride in. We raise a lot of money for cancer research. We usually make a $10,000 donation from that event. So if you're interested, feel free to let us know, and we'll get you all the information you need.
didn't happen to see what Vernon Peterson's second game was, but I noticed that he left at 210 on a double late in the game, so I don't think it ended up to be what he was hoping for. Any of you Kyle Sherman fans, we're going to have Kyle on one of our featured pairs on the fourth game in this block on lanes 41 and 2. They're about halfway through.
Kyle's another young kid that I really enjoy watching bowl. He's got a chance to be something pretty special. Saw his dad sitting behind him watching. That just shows kind of how old I'm getting. I remember bowling against his dad years ago in Grand Prix and the Grand Prix
Tracy's there too, I
shootouts.
think.
Yep, so started to date myself a little bit, but unfortunately that happened. I'm not as old as you are, though.
You're not as old as me, that is for sure.
All right, folks. I've been handed some standing sheets. Let's see. I guess this is just game one standings. You guys want to take a look at those and rattle some off some of the names
Looks like
there?
we've got Vernon Peterson leading after game one. Scott Livy plus 65 after one. Some other notables: Tim Barrett, 5th. Bill Netzhammer is 6th. Antonio Medina, 8th. Billy O'Neill, the real deal, in 10th.
And Billy's got to be on the other side.
Yeah,
Billy is on the other side. I stopped over and said hi to Billy. Mr. Kurt Pelon in 16th. Josie Ernest. I know Grandma was checking on her earlier. She's in 17th on this squad. A.J. Chapman, another young collegiate bowler that's got a ton of talent, 21st. Local lefty Don Griffin, 22nd. Chris Hester, one of my teammates in a few events, 25th. Marshall Kent, 31st. Jason Wojnar, 32nd. Tom Patton, 35th. And that's all I've got on the first page.
And again, that's, game one. We're in, game 3 now. Nearly
halfway through game 3.
Yeah, halfway through game 3. So as busy as these guys are with the tournament, they're getting caught up here with the scores. So we do have game 1. I'm sure game 2 will be followed by here, coming through here shortly.
So 96 bowlers in the squad. 38th place is +3. I don't know how far down it goes till we hit even on the second page.
Let's see. I have that 45th. That would be Matt Todd. He's even. Ahead, 2 overs, Tyler Schimmer, as well as Chuck Grote, Rob Gottschall, Greg Getzlow, Ronnie Fajita. He's a local Lindenwood bowler. Benjamin
made the singles championship show for the in the collegiate.
He did.
Looks like Cameron Doyle's still down there striking a little bit. He's looks like he's matched up fairly well. He's still playing pretty far outside.
Eddie Bird playing further in than I've seen a lot of people play, and went through the nose on that one, but he was on 3 in a row.
You can play in like that as long as you're using a bowling ball that doesn't want to change direction very abruptly, and you're trying to keep your angles a little bit more neutral. Be a little bit softer with your hands so you can kind of not give the 3-pin away and control it going through the pins. But boy, as soon as you touch the grips just a little bit, that ball's going to go sideways.
Are standings posted anywhere to look at, it says in the chat, and that, absolutely. If you are on the InsideBowling.com page, not the live stream page, you can scroll all the way down to the bottom of the window and you'll find some tabs that should have now a B squad tab, along with everything else that's down there, the bowl standings from A squad and the standings from the doubles last night. So,
yeah, they have the Game 1 standings on the, they have them posted here now. So you can scroll through there and look for your favorite bowler. Again, that's Game 1. I'm sure they'll be following it up with Game 2, getting caught up here with this squad. We're the B squad, about halfway through Game 3. Chris Ennis, Jeff Carter, Dennis Hacker bringing you the action as we're looking at split screen. Tim Barrett strikes again. Looks like he's got a good look out there and getting it dialed in. I didn't notice where he was at on the list. Was he on the front page?
Yeah, he was on the front page.
Actually, 5th on the squad, 46 over after Game 1.
That's a great score. See Kyle Sherman up on 35. He's out of camera view, but throws another nice ball for a strike. Matt and I were talking about him earlier. I expect him to do well.
Yeah, like I said, I think Kyle has a good future ahead of him.
I listened to him talk on the broadcast last night during the doubles. He wasn't allowed to bowl in the doubles due to
the youth.
Yeah, correct. And but seemed like a real nice kid, down to earth, feet on the ground, and he's got big dreams with bowling involved. So I'm sure the sport can take him wherever he'd like it to go. It appears. It's great to see some of St. Louis's own here showing up for this tournament. We got a lot of great talent in this town, as well as the Midwest. And Kyle Sherman, Tim Barron, just a few folks, a few names here in town that got some talent here. Let's go ahead and take a look at lanes. While we're looking at the split screen, we'll get the video scoreboard, see if we can check out some scores on 31 and 32. This is where Barrett is on. I can't see. We'll see who that B bowler is. It looks like on lane 31.
That's
looks like
him, I believe, because he's unless it's flipped right now, but he's been the bottom bowler on that side, so it looks like he's got them all.
Yep. So we'll hang here and watch him throw another shot here, and
kind of go back to Kyle Sherman a little bit. He must have a plan, because he's maintained his youth membership versus going into an adult membership. And if I remember right, watching Team USA trials this year, Kyle was the first youth player that was not already on Team USA or having Team USA experience from last year on the list that didn't get chosen. So he was the top youth in the country that wasn't already on Team USA from last year. And I'm almost assuming that that's his reason for staying this way. I think he wants to make Junior Team USA one time before he turns into an adult player.
Right.
Okay, guys, I'm getting a request through text messaging to explain how you don't touch the grips, especially if you have a higher rev rate. The biggest key whenever you're trying to play in on a pattern like this and not to touch the grips is really what that means is just to have a much softer hand. You want to roll it more. You want to try and stay behind it more. So that way the ball just kind of tumbles down the lane, and it really doesn't want to get to the friction and then change direction. So, you keep everything the same. You just want to be softer and smoother with your hand, and not catch it on the way up, not hit it. Just basically roll through it smoother.
Just letting it roll off your hand.
Does it help to go forward a little bit with pitch on those finger holes when you want to do that?
Well, I've always been one to go away with the fingers a lot more anyway. I owe being able to incorporate that into my game over the years. I owe a lot of that to Del Ballard, and to be honest, that's who's been busting me about explaining that through text.
So he's listening to us?
He's actually listening to us, so shout out to Delmas. But Del really helped me a lot several years ago about changing my finger pitches and actually being able to roll it more, not hit up on it quite as much, and be smoother through the entire lane and allow the ball to be able to control the ball a whole lot more.
Well, I'm glad we're saying things in here that he even feels like we need to elaborate on. That's good. It was fun watching him bowl the first squad, I have to tell you.
I did. I watched a couple of the games that he bowled. It looked like he was able to do some things that a lot of the other guys weren't able to do. But a lot of that stems from softer hand, and a little bit softer speed. He was able to actually get the ball into a roll before it would ever hit the hang spot. So it gave him a little advantage. But again, like we talked about earlier, a lot of that comes from experience. There probably isn't a whole lot of things that could happen on a bowling lane that somebody like Del has never seen. So when you can draw upon that experience from years and years and years of bowling on tour and internationally and everything else, it gives you an advantage to be able to try something, because at least you've seen it before.
That's one of Pete's biggest strengths out there right now, and the reason he's still competitive on the regular tour as well. I mean, he knows things that so many of those guys just plain could never think of knowing as far as bowling is concerned. So,
and like I mentioned earlier, that's why in some cases bowling is much harder nowadays than it ever used to be, because now to be at the highest level, you have to incorporate so many different tricks and so many ideas just to be able to compete on a high level. So
it looks like on lane 32, Tim Barrett's string has ended. String killers here, that's what we do.
Can't blame me for that one.
I guess that one's on me. Sorry, Tim. Start another one. Let's go ahead and move on over to, let's see, 41, 42, and see what's happening over there. Any bowlers that you two may recognize on this pair?
Where at?
We're on 41 and 42 now.
Actually, no. And that's like what Riggs said this morning. It's kind of the unfortunate thing about seeing so many new faces is that, I wish I could put a name to everybody that I see and at least have some sort of a background on them to know where they're from or what their experience level is. But even myself, I haven't bowled competitively much over the last couple years. So there's an awful lot of guys out here that, unless they come bowl some of our events, over in Central Illinois or things like that, or I've seen them in some of the bigger events, I just don't know who they are.
Well, I heard Mike mention the other day that, he's walking through here. There's so many people that know him, but he doesn't know them,
Right. And that's when you shake hands, you say hi, and then hopefully you remember them for the next time.
Yep.
Right.
Got a note in the chat room that the bowlers on 43 and 4 are from Redding, California, so that's a nice little haul to get here, along with Randy Weiss, who's from South Carolina. So.
And Colella bowls for Wichita State, so that's nice to know that too.
Okay.
Drawing them in from coast to coast.
So nice to see all the collegiate bowlers here. It's, between the collegiate programs and the high school programs, that's the future of our sport. And to be perfectly honest with you, that's probably the healthiest part of our sport, in the industry, is the high school and collegiate levels. I know the younger levels are starting to make a little bit more of a comeback. You're starting to see some youth programs really turn the corner and get bigger. Adult league bowling may be struggling, but I tell you what, the health of the youth organizations is as strong as I've ever seen it, and that makes me feel like we have some hope for the future in the sport of bowling.
Just have to find a way to cultivate it. And eventually, those youth bowlers, they'll turn into adults, get real jobs like most of us, and still have the itch to bowl. And that's where hopefully league bowling will strengthen and help keep all these houses running, so we can all bowl still. It's kind of a vicious circle there.
There's an awful lot of people who don't think about what you just said. But I'm not even so concerned. When people talk about how many members that the USBC loses every year and all this kind of stuff, I'm not even so concerned about that as I am that if you don't keep people coming in here and keep the place making money, that's going to thin out the places that we have to be able to go and do what we want to do. Maybe that's selfish, but I don't think so.
No, it goes hand in hand. It's got to be part of the business model when a house operates. You would hope Tropicana is going to make a few dollars on this event this weekend. I would hope so. I would think so. And
the way I've always looked at events like this is, especially from a proprietor/host standpoint, is you're not necessarily trying to make money on the bowling itself as much as you are at the bar or the restaurant. The fact that you have hundreds of people coming in these doors, you have it being live streamed across the country, that the residual effect is as strong as the immediate effect. And if Tropicana becomes known as a host center for one of the bigger events in the world, not that Tropicana didn't already have a big name, because I remember coming down here when I was 14 bowling junior archways.
Right.
So Tropicana's been, in my opinion, famous for years.
Right.
But you start to develop that reputation as being a host for big events, and people will start to flock to you.
Well, reputation is already evident in the number of entries in the tournament, as we were talking about before. When you go from 115 to what's possibly going to be 300 in a year, Eddie get it. Solid 9.
I've seen a lot of solid 9s today, a lot of them. And what that tells me is guys that and a lot more from guys that were actually bowling good. So guys that are lined up and kind of doing what we talked about earlier with trying to roll it off their hand more and get it cleaner and smoother down lane, that all of a sudden you catch one just a little bit. You may still be able to control the pocket, but you may ring 10 or solid 9 on that shot instead of big 4 or 4 through the middle, things like that. So
just enough to change that angle through the pocket.
How many solid 9s have you seen that hit the 1-2 though?
Yeah, not too many.
That one was one.
Oh, it was? Oh, yeah. Okay. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I couldn't see that one either.
Solid 9.
Yeah, he went up there and he was playing that inside line that we were talking about before, but I think he just yanked it enough so that the ball ran away Brooklyn, and the 5-pin I think was spinning.
Well, there may have been a pin off spot, and Eddie may have been playing that part of the rack to be able to carry that.
A rack
At least
adjustment.
That's what I always say.
Okay.
I've never made a bad shot. I just make a lot of rack adjustments.
Coming down to the end of game 3 here in B squad. What time we got here? We're 5 o'clock.
Yep, 5 after 5. Let's go back on over here to lanes 31 and 32 and see how Tim Barron finishes up here. Looks like they're getting ready to, they're in the 10th frame.
So once again, for those of you that are just joining us, we're here at Tropicana Lanes in the St. Louis area for the 2013 Storm IB Open. This is B squad. A squad's already completed their competition for the day. Those of you that are watching, go ahead and scroll down on your computer monitors. You can see the updated scores for A squad. Once again, they're finishing up game 3 here in B squad.
So we'll have one more game on this side with these folks, and then we'll have a whole new set of faces coming over here for games 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Can't really see what Tim's got there. It looks like he's got a 200 something in the 9th frame, but is it an open in the 9th? I think he might have. This is his first shot in the 10th frame, and he carries that one, so Possibly another 230 game for Tim Barrett.
Tim's another one that's really, really good at creating a lot of forward roll with his hand when he needs to. He bowled regionals for years, and that was always a good trick to have in the bag whenever you're on the fresh and the pattern doesn't have a defined hook spot yet to where you can actually throw at, to be able to go straighter with a lot more forward roll so that the ball just kind of just smooths itself out at the back of the pattern.
Here's Tim on 32.
He caught that one just a little bit, but he was able to keep it on line.
Yeah, he looks thankful.
Yeah, he does look thankful, doesn't he?
I love to watch the emotions.
Well, that's something I've always said is when you're throwing it good and you're in the right part of the lane with the right ball in your hand, you're going to create room for yourself. That's why no matter if it's the U.S. Open or here, somebody's going to find a way to hit it hard. And it's just up to you to be able to, you know, find that way to you can make it happen for yourself. So
part of what Jeff and I were saying this morning too, with the sheer number of bowlers that you have here today, the pattern's difficult, but there's probably going to be 16 people that score pretty well on it.
Yeah, I agree. There's, you know, with the overall amount, you're going to have quite a few guys that are going to bowl well, or ladies. Sorry about that. Don't want to offend Carolyn if she's out there listening to me.
Looks like Tim threw a new ball, a different ball there in the fill frame of the 12th.
Flat 10 on him, but he learned from that shot. It appears also that Tim used a sufficient amount of hair product today.
Tim always does.
Yep.
You know, for those of you that love to rail on Tim about his flaming red hair, so it looks wonderful today.
I saw that comment in the chat this morning, or last night, I should say.
For those of you that are out in the chat room that are keep an eye on baseball scores, somebody check on the Rangers game for me if you wouldn't mind. I know they're in Minnesota playing the Twins this weekend.
They're actually having baseball in Minnesota this weekend?
Yes, they are. The weather hadn't been very good up there.
No, it has not.
Last I heard, it was supposed to be up in the 70s up there today, so they should be good to go for today. Yeah,
Riggs was complaining about the weather in St. Louis, saying that back home it was finally going to be 70 degrees for him.
Exactly.
So.
3-0 Minnesota, that's not good. Yeah, I was actually just up in Sheboygan. I did an event for Steve Rutger a few weeks ago and left home, and it was nice and sunny, and got up there and there was snow on the ground.
Yeah.
So.
Eddie Bird with another strike. That's going to give him 2-team this game.
And the Bulls win in triple overtime. Boy, that's amazing what they're able to do without the contributions of Derek Rose right now. So
yeah, we've got the best fans out there. We don't need a ticker at the bottom of the screen. We have our fans giving us our updates.
Well, I knew what Jeff really cared about this morning. He wasn't interested in the bowling. He just wanted to know what the Packers were doing.
And then he didn't believe you when he posted it. Did you hear that?
I didn't believe it when I saw the pick come up. I didn't think that they were going to take Jonathan Dwyer or Jonathan Franklin.
I mean, I would have thought you had credibility enough with him to believe you when you posted it up there. He said, no, they didn't. He said.
I'm sure that'll make Aaron Rodgers happy.
Aaron Rodgers should be happy just for the $40 million he's making this year.
Yeah.
For the $16,000 he made today. It's kind of amazing to think that a quarterback in the offseason made more money today than whoever's going to win this event.
Huh.
Wow.
That's true. We have Adam Barta coming to our pair here.
Yes,
the great Adam Barta.
The great Adam Barta.
Let's go over to that pair. They'll be on lanes 41 and 42 for this game.
They're just milling about right now.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to
and Tim Barrett right here in front of us on 39 and 40, as a matter of fact.
So we're in between games 3 and 4 of the B squad here at the 2013 Storm IB Open, St. Louis, Missouri, Tropicana Lanes. Chris Ennis alongside Jeff Carter, Dennis Hacker.
Just to kind of give you an idea on how things are playing from pair to pair, And granted, it could have just simply been a bad shot, but I just watched Cameron Doyle go from the high end of this side, where he bowled a pretty solid game, down to the low end, and he missed the head pin by about 3 feet. So pair to pair could be extremely tricky in an event like this. So it's important to get that good shot, that first shot of the game off your hand nice and clean, well, so you at least get some sort of a read off of it.
That's what Adam Barta did.
If he threw that shot bad, now he wasted that frame, and now he's got to make sure he throws a good shot in the second just to get a good read. So there's Randy Weiss with a solid finish, 211. Randy's bowled on tour off and on for a number of years, so pretty solid player.
Yeah, those scores may not sound big, but I tell you what, they earned every pin.
That's for sure.
Difficult conditions out here at the IB Open.
Yeah, this is definitely a pattern that your preferred scoring pace is 2-0 to 210, and then when you catch a pair that you like, then you attack it for 240, 250 if possible. So you just want to try and stay away from those big, ugly 160, 170 games and bad frames, and just get off each pair still alive.
Antonio Medina up on lane 42 now, throwing.
Looks like Fagan just went to a disturbed, and he's solid 9 in the on a strike in the second. So looks like he's still having a little bit of trouble getting totally on track, but still plenty of time left in the squad to find something.
42 at least, might be hooking a little bit more than these guys expected it to. Adams' ball rolled real heavy and carried the 410 late, and Antonio just went through the nose on his shot, left the 7-pin.
I know Tim was pretty far right when he was down on the low end. We'll see what he does on his.
He's on lane 40 now.
Yeah, you'll be able to see him make his way to the approach here on the left side of the screen. There he is.
It looks pretty clean compared to what he had down there. So
yeah,
Tim certainly gets it off his hand very good.
Looks like things were beginning to migrate a little bit more towards the middle. Looked like he was out near the ditch beginning of the squad and couldn't quite. I was looking at the screen. Looked like he was around 10 or 12 maybe on that shot.
Tim and Chris Taylor just won the Missouri State Scratch Doubles in the tournament finished last weekend. And we'll see Don Griffin over here when the bowlers flip sides. He's the Scratch All Events champion this year, and he'll represent Missouri in the Masters next year.
Much like Mr. Brockland did this past year.
Much like Mr. Brockland did this past year.
That was a great run, fun to watch, and now we'll have another reason to watch next year.
Entry paid for from the tournament, $400 in expense money, plus we bumped our. In Missouri, we bumped our Scratch All Events fee to $20 instead of $5 like everybody else charges for their All Events. And it makes first place in the All Events pay over $1,000 right now. So it's worthwhile for the Scratch bowlers to come and actually bowl that.
Is that going to be in Carolina again next year? Have they announced?
I haven't heard. I thought they had a multi-year deal, though.
I thought it was 3 years, but I wasn't for sure. That's by far one of my favorite bowling centers in the country. That's they do it right up there.
I know Parker won't complain about that if the Masters is that close to his house for that many years.
I think everybody should stay at Parker's house.
I think everybody pretty much does stay at Parker's house, if I remember right. Adam Barta up on lane 41, throwing his second shot this game, and that one jumped on him too. Now he's playing a little bit right to left, more so than a lot of the other guys are, but that one there did move a little sooner than he expected it to.
You see, it looks to me like, since he catches a little bit stronger, he's got a little bit higher rev rate, and he likes to get around a little bit more. He may actually have to go to a little bit weaker bowling ball, or even something much stronger to where he can get to slow down and stop to be able to stay in that part of the lane, or else it's going to force him possibly out of his comfort zone. So.
Now, as I alluded to earlier with the plus or minus, the scores, on the scroll here in the center, they've got scores all mixed together already. Some bowlers have one game under their belt on that scoreboard and the others have 8, and what they've done is they've ranked them by the plus or minuses to show where the cut line might be if everybody just bowled even for the rest of the day.
Yep.
So,
Yep, that's what it looks like.
and is that what they've done on the
Yep.
on our
yeah,
board
we've
too?
got some 8s mixed with 1s in a number of games there. So it's based on plus minus right now.
All right, so then for those of you who might be looking for a B squad tab by itself at the bottom, that's not how they put the scores together. It is a full tournament score right now, all based on plus or minus.
You know, somebody mentioned that Tim Barrett just won the Peterson Classic last year, and you know, there is no more of a grind than that event. And as a matter of fact, I don't even know if I would consider that a grind. I think that's just pure lunacy is all that tournament is.
What's that about? I'm not too familiar with the Peterson.
You could bowl, and I've only bowled it, you know, at the old place. I haven't bowled it since they moved it to the new place, but I remember going up there and they may not have oiled lane 1 for 2 months.
Yeah.
So,
and you don't know
then
that.
lane 2 may be oiled 60 feet and
Dust off the white dot.
Yeah, it's you definitely don't want to take any good bowling balls up to that event.
You can only take 2, first of all. You can only take
really?
2 balls. That's all you can have. When I checked in and they ask you for your 2 bowling balls, and they write your lane number on them with a grease pencil and stick them in a shopping cart.
Oh, wow.
And they take them back to the back and put them in the machine, and so you don't see your bowling balls again until you get ready to start practice.
Wow.
And I'm not even sure if they have practice. I don't remember. They might have you start scoring for the very first time you throw the ball.
So they're making it as tough
Oh,
as
yeah.
possible.
And it's a joke because in some places they have huge pictures hanging from the ceiling that hang so far down in the lane that if you're at any height at all and you get to the foul line, you can't see your ball enter the pins because the picture's hanging in front of your face.
Do you realize if you and I were having a normal conversation without the headsets, I would have said, everybody has height though, dude.
Yeah, you're right.
So that's just
Yeah.
our smart
That's
aleck
right.
nature between the Dennis and myself.
That's right.
Try and spare some of you guys some of that.
So Adam tried something different, lift a 2, 4, 8, 10, and
And then
just
makes
picked
it.
it up.
Nice
so
cover.
Very nice. I don't know if he learned anything from the shot or not, but at least he cleaned his mess.
He got that one a little bit farther right, and it just didn't peel off the gutter at all.
I
so
think
right now he's kind of caught in that little trap of if he gets it going left off his hand through the face, if he gets it going right, it's never going to hook enough. So.
Well, I had wondered over here when he threw the shot on 41 whether if he actually went straighter through the heads instead of going from right to left, what would that have happened? And it looked to me like that's what he tried to do on 42.
It may be a case where somebody like him has to go to a little bit weaker ball, something that rolls a little bit more, and just doesn't want to change direction at all.
Antonio now up on the right lane, also having a little bit of a difficult start here, but
he's kind of got the same type of problem on that pair. And again, it could be that pair.
Right.
You know, there could be some issues on that pair that you know.
You don't think it's the white pins?
No, I don't think it is.
Okay.
But you know, in our sport, with our you know, the one variable that we can't see or really describe being the oil itself as to what's going on in that pair, it's tough for us to even know if they both may have thrown some bad shots. They both may have thrown great shots, and the lane isn't cooperating at this point. So
when you see 2 players follow each other on that one lane, though, and see similar reactions to the 2 bowling balls, you kind of assume that they both threw it decent anyways.
usually if I ever move to a pair and it doesn't look very good, I always blame Eugene McCune for something.
Eugene? Okay.
Eugene was always good to blame for that kind of stuff.
Kyle Sherman up on 43 now in the second frame of game number 4. He had a strike up and leaves the Tim Bannon, Adam Barr to split, sorry. Tim Barron's ball reaction looks fantastic right now.
Again, that's another case of somebody that is just throwing it good, matched up in the right part of the lane with the right ball.
Got a good rhythm.
Makes it look easy.
Got a real good rhythm going right now.
And it's so important is because when you're throwing it good, it loosens your swing up. When you see your ball actually react the way you want it to, it really loosens your swing up, allows you to simply to go bowl. But when you throw a shot and you go 6-10 and then 2-pin, now you're trying to fit that square peg in that round hole, and your swing isn't nearly as loose. you know, there's a lot of arguments, you know, back and forth as to what's more important, your physical game to be good or your ball reaction to be good. And I've always thought that if your ball reaction is good enough, it'll make your physical game even better. So it's so important just to get the right ball in your hand in the right part of the lane, see the right shape, then you can loosen up and just go bowl.
Frees you up. Another great spare there. My name's Chris Ennis, alongside Jeff Carter, Dennis Hacker. We're at the 2013 IB Open, sponsored by Storm and Budweiser. We're just about halfway through the B squad. We're in Game 4, viewing some split screen action here with Adam Barta just cleaning up his spare there on 41 and 42. Jeff, Dennis, I'm going to have to be stepping out of here. I'm actually going to go bowl myself tonight.
Awesome.
After watching all this, I got the itch to go bowl.
Awesome.
I'm going to sub with some friends of mine in a mixed league tonight, and I'm headed to Indianapolis next week to bowl in a tournament at Woodland Bowl.
I love that place as well. So,
what kind of any tips for me before I head out there? What could I expect in that house? I obviously watched the Tournament of Champions there, and that was a thrill to watch Pete.
The track hooks quite a bit in that place. The approaches are a little bit iffy. They've always been that way, but if you know it going in, you can always know what to expect. But every time I've bowled there over the last 10, 12 years, scores have always been fairly high. It's one of my favorite places to go. So,
and I would expect 68 lanes, right?
What's
I think
that?
it's 80 over there.
Is it 88?
I think it's 80.
It must be Western Bowl. I'm thinking about 68 lanes. Okay, never mind.
So, well, Jeff, Dennis, it's been a pleasure sitting in the booth with you guys, and enjoyed it. I will look forward to seeing you guys here tomorrow. I'm going to come back here tomorrow and watch some of the match play and finals.
Awesome.
And it's been a thrill. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank Mike Flanagan for having me in the booth. It's been a pleasure, as well as Matt Turek. I'm going to turn things over to Matt. It's been a pleasure. You all enjoy the rest of the night, and look forward to seeing how this turns out. Thanks, guys.
So Kyle Sherman on lane 44 has another split in frame number 3 of this game. So he went light and then heavy.
You've got on the same pair, you've got Matt Gasson, who another member of the Robert Morris collegiate team that just won. Throwing a defiant soul, gets a nice little kick on the messenger for a 3-bagger to start the game. So he's another one of the good, solid, up-and-coming young collegiate players. Seems like that's the theme of the day, is watching a lot of these good young players. So nice to see all of them out here.
How you doing, guys?
Good. How are you, Matt?
Good, Matt.
I'm great. All right, miss anything exciting out here? Or?
Well,
not a lot. It's actually been a little bit more of a grind this squad than it was this morning on A. So.
Yeah, Jeremy Hunt texted me earlier, and
he didn't text me. I'm a little jealous about that, by the way.
You should be. Said that he was worried after he saw some of the scores this morning that it was going to take 300 over for the top 16 and 150 to cash, and very obviously it's not going to take that today. Nice shot there by Adam.
It's like Adam and Antonio both softened up just a little bit. They're still trying to play a little bit farther outside, but just with a little bit more touch, a little bit more roll. So another option, along the lines of what we were talking about earlier. One thing you can't do is definitely, if you're going left or right, you certainly can't grab it, because it's going to go 100 feet and probably laugh at you the whole way.
Billy Ray, there goes Dennis name dropping again. Jeremy Hunt is not name dropping, bud.
Jeremy is only a name in the barbecue world, I think.
And not even that anymore, actually. They sold their places.
No, so. Jeremy's a good guy. We'll get to watch him a little bit tonight. Throws good.
I think we're going to get a chance to watch Jeremy later tonight than we expected to.
Yeah.
So scores are down then, huh?
Yeah, the way it looks to me is the scoring pace is going to continue to drop based on every strip and re-oil on a pattern like this. They should play harder, so the score should drop as the night goes on. And then, like we talked about a little while ago with the unknown variable on how things are going to play with 5 on a pair tonight, anything literally could happen tonight. So for those of you that are out there, make sure you're tuned in around somewhere around 7:30, 8 o'clock when C squad gets on the floor, because you can either see scores really, really high or really, really low. So
that also means that Monday night, if there's a league here still, they might have a little surprise in store for them.
very, very possible. That's one thing that is always tough to do after you run a hard pattern, is to get it off of the lane as well. So. Just got a note from Adam to tell my family and friends back home that I love them. Looks like Marcy, Logan, Blake, and Lori. So just handed that note from Adam. So there you go. A little shout out at home. I'm going to tell him he needs to start striking more if he wants to hang around for tomorrow.
Yeah,
then, so.
And here's Tim Barrett up on lane number 40.
Got him here on camera.
Yeah. He is. He's got a blue stripe on his game and no scores in any of the boxes. So that means anything.
We'll just say that he's bowled this entire game without having to use a spare ball yet.
Right.
That's a good thing.
Yep.
That's another good shot.
Oh,
very,
yeah.
very nice. That ball looks like it's going to take off when it gets down there and does just nothing.
So right now, Tim Barrett's putting on a clinic on how to play this pattern. So
looks like we got Adam Barta up here
and
too.
again, further in than I've seen anybody, at this point of the day.
That was my next question. Have you guys seen any people starting to migrate left at all, or
not
or
too
not?
many. A few here and there.
But see, I think the way that part looks up for him, I think he's been there all day so far, and he's been changing bowling balls.
Oh, okay.
But he bowled some last night. But he also told me last night that he didn't have enough surface on any of the bowling balls that he brought with him last night.
Really?
So they did some ball work before he started bowling today. Adam Barta up on 41, went through the nose again. Just hasn't been able to find the angle that he wants to play this pair at.
Just doesn't look like he's quite comfortable right now. So.
Brendan Peterson running up with a 2-4-10 on lane 37 there. Looks like he's got a mess to start this game, so if he's got anything going, it's going to come down just a little bit.
I think somebody just put a big thing of popcorn on.
Yeah, I smell it. You should have smelled the cheeseburgers cooking earlier.
I'm glad I didn't.
Holy cow.
So we got some scores, at least from folks who are keeping up from what the bowlers must be telling them. They say Adam's scores for his first 3 games is +16, +32, +61. So he's got a good start.
Well, right there, that tells me that it must be this pair that he's having a little bit more problems with than just things in general. So at this point, he just kind of needs to grind his way through it, pick up a couple doubles, and get off this pair.
Right.
Trying to keep an eye on Fagan and Gottschall down there on, looks like 33 and 4. It's a little tough to see the scores from here, but looks like they're both doing fairly well.
Yeah, Doyle's got a nice game going. Looks clean.
Yeah, he's on that pair as well.
Looks clean down there. It's on a turkey.
He had a really good look when he was up on the high end, so that doesn't surprise me.
Matt Gasson up on the left lane on 43 and 4, starting with the first 4, and shakes them for carry the 5th strike in a row.
He's another one that's using a lot of heavy forward roll. He's a little bit firmer with his ball speed, which will help him keep it on line a little bit longer. But he's another one that's just kind of letting the ball tumble towards the pins.
So if you're in the chat, we realize that the stream must have died. Are we back with you?
Yeah, we are. We are back on. We should be anyway. If you guys at home are having trouble, or you know somebody having trouble, tell them to go ahead and refresh their web browser. That should fix it.
All right,
bring it back up.
Antonio Medina almost a 7-10 smash in the pocket. We got Tim Barrett up on the left lane, 39 and 40, hoping to continue leaving his spare ball in the bag. Also another good shot, and he carries a 10. That ball had just a little bit.
Just remember, never talk about a no-hitter.
You got it.
That's very true.
I know.
Never talk about a no-hitter.
I know. The angle in that one looked a little different to me.
Well, once again, like we were talking about earlier, when you are matched up so well, you almost feel like you're bowling league right now. It just feels like everything is easy to Tim in his mind right now.
You're not going to
just
hook
trying
over.
a 10-pin down there on lane 34, so he's struggling right now to put strikes together.
So I'm seeing some comments. It's back. Good, folks. I'm glad. Let us know. Refresh those browsers if it's not. Kyle Sherman figured out a way to strike in his last ball. He's up on the left lane looking for his first double in game 4 here.
How is Kyle doing?
Haven't seen what he had for the rest of the day, but I mean, he doesn't look comfortable either right now, so I'd be surprised if
That looked like
that
a good
was
shot.
a good shot.
Some messenger right there.
His body language wasn't telling me earlier that he was all that comfortable, though.
General Tom Patton walking by. So it looks like guys that were on the other side of the building are starting to finish up and migrate over this direction. So we'll be changing halves of the building, and we'll see a whole new group of bowlers come over for the last four games of B squad.
Looks like Timmy's back here on lane 40.
But we're not going to talk about him. So for those of you that are out in chat world, if you got any questions for the booth, feel free to shoot them in. We'll try and answer anything that.
But nothing about Tim Barrett.
But nothing about the guy that's bowling on 40 that hasn't thrown a spare ball yet this game.
Yeah, and don't forget about our Twitter feature. Go ahead and tweet to hashtag Inside Bowling. We'll throw them up on the screen just like you're seeing right now.
Alex Martin must have read your mind because he retweeted Tyler Shimmer's quote this morning of "Let the games begin." Dude, I feel like I'm a Twitter champion now, and I only tweeted once in my life.
I'm somewhat new to the Twitter world myself.
Yeah,
only
don't
been
feel
doing
so
it for
bad.
a couple months.
I've never tweeted in my life either.
I've
got an account, but I don't tweet.
I find myself, I follow a lot of the ESPN guys and a lot of, between the Rangers and Steelers and all my favorite sports teams, I find myself addicted to just reading the Twitter feeds from all these guys more so than ever tweeting myself. So it's been really fun over the last couple of days of the NFL draft of watching all the experts or reading all the experts how they're tweeting nonstop. It's amazing how that's really blown up.
For Beckelman in the chat wanting to know how many in a row does Tim have, I can't say that because we're not talking about how many in a row Tim has, but let's just say he's only got
he's got
5 shots left in the game.
He's got a John Elway going, if that tells you anything.
And there's a question in the chat here about where to find standings. Below the live stream in the chat window, there should be tabs at the bottom of your screen. They are displaying the current standings, including the 8 games from A squad. So if you're looking for standings from B squad, you'll probably have to scroll down to the bottom of that standing list in order to find the lower scores, just because there's only 3 games bowled so far in the books.
For my buddy Billy Ray in New York wants to know about the graph and the pattern so you can see what it looks like.
There is a graph. I can't post the link for that.
Did you just drop Billy Ray's name, dude?
I just dropped Billy Ray's name. If you go to the InsideBowling.com, if you're on InsideBowling.com website, at the top there is a navigation bar right above where you see the
and the streaking is over. Tim leaves a flat 10 on the 8th shot. He looks like he got it right just a little bit, and that's the danger of when you're throwing it with neutral angles and you're rolling it a lot. If you do get it right, and that ball starts up a little bit quick, it's just not going to have enough energy retention to get it to go through the pins the right way. So, but a great shot nonetheless.
While I was trying to describe the ability how to find it, Matt went and posted the link in the chat window, so hopefully you saw that and click on that. There's a lot of information about this tournament on the resources tab in the tournament itself on the website, besides the live streaming. So.
Yeah, you'll also be able to see a list of bowlers from all 3 squads. You'll also be able to see a list of bowlers who bowled the double event last night, along with both the second chance and the 2013 IB Open pattern graph.
Tim makes a spare in the 8th, so he's going at a 279 pace.
So can we talk about Tim again now?
We can talk about Tim again now.
Okay, good.
Adam caught a little bit of a distraction, so he does the right thing and puts the ball down, steps off, regroups. It's a pretty important shot for him. Struggling a little bit this game, but he is on a strike, so he picks up a double here and catches a little bit of momentum, and things start to free up for him a little bit on this pair, maybe he can sneak out of here with 210 to 220 and move forward.
That'd be a big plus for him, considering how he started. He was almost 100 over, if not maybe a little bit more than 100 over for this first 3.
Good shot.
Oh, it jumped. Did you see
yeah,
that?
It picked up quick. So now he's definitely confused, especially on that left lane, it looks like.
Right.
I definitely thought that was pretty good off of his hand. I thought that was one of his better shots on that lane. But
we got Matt Gasson coming up on lane 44, trying to do a Tim Barrett impression.
Looks like Matt Gasson's got a John Elway going as well.
Yeah.
We may actually have to change.
Yeah, let me see if I can get a camera angle on that.
So we're starting to see at least a couple of bowlers figure some things out.
Looks like the guys that are bowling well kind of have the same type of strategy, so that would make sense.
And again, I'm wondering how much that's going to play in to C squad. Let's say that you have some people that are playing in the same part of the lane. I guess the questions are, is that going to be advantageous on this pattern, and will they see the moves quickly enough? Because if they are all in the same part of the lane, they're actually going to create bump and
Possibly,
be able to move.
But it really depends on who they are and what type of bowling balls they're using as to how big of a footprint they're going to create in the front part of the lane. There's the key, is how does it break down in the heads? You know, you can have everybody playing the lanes exactly the same way, but it's how they're getting to that spot and how big of an area gets broken down in the heads as to where they go off of that. In some cases, if that area gets broken down big enough, you can't make those small, subtle adjustments that you would normally like to move. You're going to have to jump all the way on the other side of it, and then once you get into there, that's where the unknown variable is going to come into play.
Right. And I'm wondering, I mean, there's a bunch of these players out here, as good as they are, that understand parallel moves, but I think there's also a bunch of players out here who aren't used to making anything but angular moves as well,
Right.
and that probably plays into the problems that they might be having. So you definitely don't want to make an angular move.
I can't see anybody making angular moves at least until the second half of a block. That just, to me, that's almost scoring suicide in my book on a pattern like this.
Question in the chat, VW Bowler wants to know the standings at the bottom is game 1, the latest update for B Squad. It took a while for that one to come out, and I'm gonna speculate that what they were trying to do was actually intermix the two squads together so that they could have a combined standings, and that's what took some time.
That's what's going on. Yeah.
So yes, it is the latest.
One.
It is the latest update that we have right now.
I have a feeling when we get the next update, it may be after game 3.
It may very well be.
They'll catch up shortly, and once they do, then it'll be okay for the rest of the night.
Let's bring it back down here on lane 43.
Yep, Matt Gasson up on the left lane.
I'm trying to think who I want to equate to this number.
It looks to me like somebody's got their caps lock on and they like the X key.
I'm showing my age, but you know he's got a Willie Stargell going on, I think.
Wow. Kyle Sherman figured something out.
Probably nobody out there that's under 30
So has the whole pair, actually. The whole pair has actually jumped on this right now and have probably working with each other a little bit. What a nice delivery.
Oh, we got that one.
Another good shot.
Meanwhile, we'll take you back to split screen here. There's no action going on right now on 31-2, so we're just showing you our other two featured pairs at this moment.
So Matt Gasson now has 2 triples and a double consecutively and hasn't thrown a spare ball yet, so.
He's got 3 triples, dude.
Does he have 3 triples now?
He
does.
He does. Or he's got 2 ham bones with a strike in the middle.
I, for one, have always been a fan of the ham bone. I still occasionally talk to Rob Stone on Twitter, so I was always a Rob Stone fan. He was a hard-working guy. I personally liked what he did for the telecast, so I might be in the minority, but
Antonio Medina finally figures out string a couple here on our 41-2 featured pair. Him and Adam have basically got to look at this by just surviving this game.
And hopefully you can move to the other side, catch something.
Yeah.
And move forward.
Closing out game 4 here. B squad, we're about halfway through B squad now for the 2013 Storm InsideBowling.com Open presented by Budweiser. Objective is to make the top 16 after all 3 squads have bowled. Pins will carry over. 16 round robin match play games tomorrow with bonus pins. Ultimately making the top 5 for what will be quite a production tomorrow night for what will, basically a television show.
Vernon Peterson just stripped a 4-pin for a triple on lane 38 to give him a chance to sneak off that pair unharmed.
Tim Barrett now up on lane 39.
He struck in the 9th, so he's going at 279 right now, which is a very solid game.
He hit that one a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like he either missed it left or hit it too hard.
Still stayed enough on line to where you got out of it with just a 4-pin. So
right.
That was in his mind, that was a horrible shot, but it was still good enough to get 9.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, spares are a premium, so take that and run away with it.
269, I'm not sure who this guy is over here, but 269 on the first person to finish on 43 and 4. Sparing the first, sparing the fourth, strikes everywhere else.
I kind of want to go grab a bowl and bowl on 43 and 4 right now.
It does kind of look like it's not a bad place to be. Did you bring bowling balls?
I did not bring ball. I have 2 buckets of baseballs in my truck and all my son's catcher's equipment, but that's about it.
Okay.
Oh, we'll bring it back here down to lanes 43 and 44.
Kyle Sherman now up on 43, trying to recover from what could have been a disaster for him, and this is going to be, it could actually be a good game. And
yeah,
got a good shot. Yeah, he's in the 220s now after having 54 in the 4th frame.
Kyle
Very
can
nice
grind.
job.
He can sure grind.
Shaking his head like, why didn't I do that earlier on this pair?
Well, it's always easier to say after the fact, but the key is he did actually make up for it, and now he's going to be able to get off this pair with a decent game, so good for him. Good adjustment.
Matt Gasson, number 1 ball in the 10th, and paralyzes a 5-pin. Much better shot by Tim Barrett, solid 9. Much closer to the reaction that we saw him have for earlier in that game for a 258.
Yeah, he definitely has a good enough look to be able to move on into Sunday night if he can keep this pace up.
Right. Well, something happened. I mean, think about this. In just this last game where we got a 250 in front of us, we have the potential of
Matt Gasson has the Chipper Jones going right now.
there you go.
So.
Tony La Russa.
Yes, we are in St. Louis. So.
You see the Braves weren't even in town whenever I was in Atlanta. Can you believe that?
Yes, I did that. I noticed.
How hot
are
the Braves
how about
right
the
now?
fact that when the Rangers actually come to St. Louis, I'll be in Seattle working that weekend. So
Oh,
that's
I
not,
bet you love that, huh?
not good luck for me.
Through the
Matt
nose
goes
for
for
Matt.
base. For 9, looks like he's going to finish up with 289, which is definitely a big game. He'll take it and move on from here.
I know this is USBC certified. I don't know if Mike certified it as a sport pattern.
That is a good question. That's something I'll have to ask him when I see him walking by here.
So Kyle Sherman left the 10-pin in the second ball in the 10th and spares it up, so turned a disaster into 220, and that's a very good recovery. It's not very many pairs where 225 is the 3rd highest game out of 4. on a block like this.
Randy Peterson, ladies and gentlemen. Be here all weekend. Try the veal.
Try the veal, child.
Randy was just talking about seeing Cameron Doyle for the first time, and pretty impressive sight for somebody his age. So I know that kid puts a ton of work in. That's all he does is bowl. So hats off to him for, at that age, coming out and competing with the big boys in an event like this. I know he's had some success at the U.S. Open and things like that. That's just going to do nothing but make him progress even faster.
Well, you know, watching him bowl, I think I had seen him once before in person, but watching him bowl in game 1 here on 39 and 40, just the idea of how he played the lanes through the heads when all he has ever known is high performance bowling balls.
Right.
And wide open lane conditions, and physical games for kids his age just aren't normally at the point where his is right now, where he can play the lanes that way.
Somebody like Cameron is he's lucky that we brought urethane bowling balls back into the mix over the last few years. All the manufacturers are now coming out with a urethane ball, so they do have something to go back to for international competition, for collegiate competition, and for some of the shorter patterns that they'll see, similar to what we saw back in the 70s and 80s.
Yep.
Well, guys, it looks like Game 5 is underway down here on 31 and 2.
I see I have a Mike Wolf sighting.
And Derek Sapp with that little Cubs thing on the back of his shoulder.
I would notice Mike Wolf's bald head anywhere. Yes, I saw Derek Ima Sapp come walking by a little while ago. So, and yes, I gave him that nickname, so I can fully take credit for that.
It's all right for you to say it.
See Chris Hester. I saw Mr. Pelon come over. So it looks like everybody's starting to switch sides now.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too long of a break.
Jason Wojnar over on this side now. Some more of the good young players that are coming over here, collegiate players. I see A.J. Chapman, Brett Shepard. So Billy O'Neill, the real deal, is over on this side now.
So, folks, just to go over the skipping procedure, the way we what actually happened here. The bowlers drew for sides of the bowling center first. They drew randomly for the sides, and they got to assign one side or the other. Then they all practiced. Then they actually went up and drew for their lane, so they couldn't actually practice longer on their starting lanes. And we had them bowl 4 games on one side of the center. It's a split house, 26 lanes on each side. Their skipping procedure was 1 pair after the first game, 2 pairs after the second, 3 after the third. And now the entire house just flips, and we're going to see this set of bowlers for the next 4 games of B Squad. So anybody you saw so far, you won't see them anymore on B Squad. And hopefully, for their sake, you won't see them bowling on C Squad either, and that means they bowled well enough to make the top 16.
Not forced to re-enter.
Not forced to re-enter. So if you're hoping to see somebody again on C Squad, unless you already know they're doing poorly right now, you probably shouldn't want to see them again.
Nope.
There's Ima Sapp for his first shot on 38.
Ima Sapp.
I can't believe he struck wearing a Cubs shirt. That's amazing.
I can't believe he wore it down in the city.
It's actually kind of a funny story with those. Their USBC group, most of the guys are from up in the Chicago area, and they actually came down and bowled our team challenge last year, Dennis, and they all wore those shirts, and they all have bear nicknames that they gave each other for their Cubs shirt. So it's himself and Jason Wojnar, Mark Clark, I think Jeff Culiani was with them, and who am I missing? I'm missing one of the guys. I apologize, but I can't remember who the 5th was. But it's kind of cool to see them have those jerseys made for their USBC group. Still doesn't, explain the fact that they're Cub fans, though.
Well, I mean, I guess there's 5 of everything in the world, you know? I don't know.
I guess if the Cubs didn't have fans, they wouldn't have a team, huh?
Except for that fan that caught that foul ball.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he's a Cub fan anymore.
I don't think he even probably lives in that city anymore.
No, he moved.
Well, Game 5 is starting to get underway here. It's already underway on your screen. That's 31 and 32, one of our featured pairs. Also down on 47 and 8. They've got underway on game number 5.
Mr. Pilon, how are you, sir?
Folks, we apologize that we can't, or we don't have any further scoring updates for you outside of the first game. I know that they are doing their very best, and if there was a way to have them out here for you, they would. So trust us on that. We'll do our best to keep you informed of what we see here for the ones that we see. And if we can find out by talking to a couple of them where they're at, we'll let you know that as well.
If more and more tweeting their scores, I think we'd have a little bit better understanding as to what's going on.
That's for sure.
I just got a quick update now. Mike Flanagan is personally trying to get all their scores together. They should have a Game 2 update here shortly and Game 3 here shortly after that.
Good.
So for those of you out there that are looking for the scoring updates, please be patient. We will have those to you soon.
Go ahead and take you to the split screen. These are both Game 5 action.
Considering Mike's duties for the weekend, if it took him to get involved in getting scores out here at this point, then something big must have been going on. So
I heard he's also cleaning the bathrooms this week.
I don't think that's true. I think that was a lie.
Okay.
So
what about Mike cleaning the bathrooms?
No,
I think that's one
Mike's
of his
not
many
cleaning
duties
the
this
bathroom.
We
weekend.
actually had to lay that carpet down Thursday. That's no joke.
The carpet down here?
Yeah, we literally cut it downstairs, pulled it up, and laid it down, cut it around the scoring consoles Thursday afternoon before the finals on Sunday.
Impressive.
And who would even notice that? I mean, that's just crazy.
Well, yeah.
That's just crazy.
If you saw what it looked like underneath of it, you would notice it.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, considering it's just to think of that. Just to think of that it's outrageous.
Well, he wanted to take these seatettes area, you know, these rounded seats out. He did, and where they're bolted down to the ground was just, you know, concrete pretty much. So we wanted to cover that up for the finals. Got a question in the chat. When does C Squad start? Well, we're about halfway done with B Squad right now.
We're guessing somewhere around 7:30 to 8 o'clock, somewhere in that range, possibly.
I don't see how.
Just
I mean, think about this. It's 6 o'clock now, and we've got 4 games to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so call me a liar then.
I'm sorry, dude.
I'm just trying to be optimistic.
Okay.
Now, if this was Amish bowling and they were bowling 15 frames, it wouldn't start probably till tomorrow.
Huh. Somebody was watching where Tim Barrett was playing that pair.
Very, very similar strategy. Kurt bowled on tour for years, so he has plenty of experience to fall back on.
Maple Moxie? Is that what Randy called it?
He does have a little bit of Maple Moxie.
Okay. Well,
I know Kurt battled some health problems for a couple of years a while back ago, so it's always nice to see him back on the lanes competing. Once again, for those of you out in the chat world, if you have any questions for Dennis or myself, feel free to send them our way. We'll do whatever we can to answer them honestly for you.
Or we'll lie, just lie to you. I mean, you can't see our face, so you wouldn't be able to tell if we're telling them the truth or not. So.
Another solid local player in front of us, Chris Taylor on lane 39.
He was Tim Barrett's doubles partner in that double scratch championship in the Missouri State Open.
Yeah, they did pretty well, I heard.
Would that be the MOUSBC?
That would be the MOUSBC. I'm surprised he's not singing to you, folks.
Normally I would, but I'll spare you. Spare you my dulcet tones.
I'm trying to watch and see if I see any pattern on the way the first shots go through here based on what they might have been playing on the other side, and so far nothing. They're still all over the place. So
Have a Josie Ernest sighting. I just saw her throw her first shot and she struck, so she should be moving down this way shortly.
Another local talent down there on 33-34 is Aaron O'Brien. He
Yes.
should be making his way down to our featured pairs here. Also Don Griffin on this pair, local talent.
Yes, I saw Don Griffin earlier. Yep, there he is. Looks like he's throwing the new freaking Frantic. It's hard not to recognize that ball.
saw a picture of Don's wrist on Facebook about 10 days ago with a little trail of needles all the way around the wrist.
Oh, yeah, it's
sticking out.
acupuncture?
He does acupuncture because of wrist pain.
Have you ever had acupuncture done?
No, you know what, though? I wouldn't mind trying it.
I did it, oh, it's probably been about 4 years ago. I think it was my last year on tour. Right before the winter, the January swing started, I hurt my back. And a friend of mine that I go to the gym with is an acupuncturist. He talked me into doing 3 treatments in 5 days. And I went from not being able to hardly walk to being able to bowl in 5 days through 3 acupuncture treatments.
That's
I
crazy.
can't imagine. I just don't understand how that like works. Do they just stick needle? You're swollen and they stick needles in it, just relieves the swelling?
He had needles in my ears. He had
Holy
needles
cow.
on top of my head, in my feet. I mean, they were all over my body, and all of a sudden, I was good again. So.
All right, guys, we got standing updates through Game 3.
All right.
I'm going to skip over the people who have finished A squad and just start here. In 4th place, William Richardson is plus 194
Wow.
after 3.
He
He's
must
sitting,
have coming from the other side.
yeah, 4th place. Looking on down, next one in 12th place, Bill O'Neill, plus 149. 17th, Craig Nidper, plus 131. Adam Bart is in 22nd, plus 109. Antonio Medina, plus 105, is in 23rd.
So that game right there that we watched them bowl on 41 and 2 hurt both of them badly.
Yes. Marshall Kent, 25th place, plus 95. Don Griffin, 29th, plus 82. Ken McNeely, 31st, plus 65. Dallas Baldridge, 32nd, plus 63. Tim Barron sitting in 37th after the 3rd game.
Wait, at what?
Yeah.
Plus 52.
Now you add another 58 to
58.
that.
So
So
that's
he's gonna
110.
110. He should jump up right around Adam Barter here, 21st place, 22nd place, as he flips ends of the house.
What about
Matt
Matt
Gasson.
Gasson? Yeah, he had 89 over that game. That was game 4.
Matt Gasson. Matt Gasson is sitting 57th at plus 29 before that game.
So he's in the same shape. He went ahead of Tim. He would have been. He's another 10 pins ahead of Tim then.
Okay.
So Mike Wolf on your screen with a great shot. So we should be seeing him soon. And the little lefty Chris Hester should be coming this way soon.
I don't think you're allowed to call him little, dude.
I can. I actually bowl some stuff with Chris, so we're teammates. So he's not little. He is vertically challenged.
Okay.
He's also follically challenged too.
Yeah.
That must mean he's bald.
He's a little lefty with that much hair. See Bill O'Neill up on the high end. Looks like he's got at least spare 5-bagger to me.
Yeah, that's what it looks
Or
like.
to keep the theme going, he's got a spare and a Johnny bench.
Yeah. You could have said Albert Pujols, but he's not an Angel fan. You're not an Angels
Since
fan.
he plays for the Angels, I don't mention his name anymore.
Well, I don't mention his name because he doesn't play for the Cardinals
Good
anymore.
point. Disgruntled Cardinal fan.
Right. Disgruntled is right.
Dan Higgins on lane 41 right there. Another great shot. Surprised I haven't seen his wife, Jennifer.
Tyler
here this
Shimmer's
weekend.
got some game, too, over here. This kid that just threw the ball in lane 43.
Throwing the gold ball for a
Yep.
strike.
Yep. So now that Matt's not hogging the standings anymore, I'm going to take a look at these myself and see if I see anything going on.
Got I'm a sap on lane 38 going for a triple, and I just
Oh.
catted him, so I promised him I wouldn't do that to him today, but he's another one whose game usually matches up pretty good when he gets to throw it straight on a harder pattern. So
Cameron Doyle after 3, only 600. Kyle Sherman after his 3 was only 10 over, so he's only 35 after that game 4.
Take you over here to Chris Taylor.
You know, you got some very big names on here that have no chance of making the top 16 with the scores they posted on A Squad. Very big names.
Chris does a great shot with a sink, so
I saw Ronnie Sparks, he's plus 48 in the re-entry line earlier. He put his name in and paid his money, so he's going to be bowling tonight.
Take you over to 41 and 42.
Be interesting to see how William Richardson does.
on this side, or
Well,
on the
besides,
yeah.
on this side, and now that he's got that big of a score in the first 3 games, you were listening this morning when we were talking about Anthony Pepe. Was plus 203 after 3. He was plus 202 after 6. Then shot 240 game 7, and then enough to get back to plus 218. So he found some trouble toward the end of the block as his side transitioned a little bit.
You guys at home might be seeing the score scrolling through. This is after game 1 of the B squad. It has not been updated here in a few games. We'll see if we can get that updated for you.
Billy Ray gives me an update on the Yankees. I don't think
There you go, dropping Billy Ray's name again.
Yeah. The on the Yankees win is not long enough. It's only got one
Yankees
E, or
win.
however you would have it make that in typing. I don't know.
Well, my Rangers lost, so tomorrow will be a day where I do not watch SportsCenter or MLB Network at all.
Pork Chop Express in the chat says Mike Wolf is making it look easy.
I've bowled with Mike quite a bit over the last few years. We bowled together in the Ozarks, and when Mike starts striking, he gets a good look. He can definitely make him look easy, so he's got a tremendous amount of game.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like we got updated standings on the scroller through game 3 of B squad here.
And it'll tell you that at the top of the scroll where it says 3B and 8A. So that kind of tells you where we are.
Yeah, that's 3 games into B.
Looks like I black clouded Billy O'Neill with he just 2-8-10 up there on 49 and 50, so I won't talk about him anymore.
I didn't know numbers could be a verb, dude.
Yes. I've been trying to teach you that over the years, that if you put a apostrophe D on the end of anything, it becomes a verb.
Take you back to the split screen. Lanes
Bella
31, 32,
Bella-
47, 48.
Bella
Sorry.
wants, it's okay. Bella wants to know when is C squad. We don't know either at this point. We just know that it's going to be after B squad. We are in game 5 of 8. And luckily, they'll probably make use of the full break, the full oiling break downstairs in the meeting room, I would imagine, because for those of you who might have joined us later this afternoon, from what we can tell, there were somewhat less than 40, but more than 30 first-time entries already signed up for C Squad. Mike put out earlier that after the re-entries from A Squad had staked a claim to the ones that they wanted, that there were 57 spots still left for a full squad of 120 for C Squad. What'll happen after this squad is over, once you've thrown your last ball in competition on B Squad, you're allowed to declare your intent whether you want to re-enter or not. And if there are more than 57 people that want those spots, they are going to do a lottery. And if there's, let's just speculate, let's say there's 58 people that want 57 spots. I would hope they'd do the reverse and draw a name out on the guy who doesn't get a spot and let all the rest of them have one instead of going through the...
Well, that would be common sense, but I'm not 100% sure that'd be the way that goes.
I'm not sure that people would like that,
I would, yeah, exactly.
But people would have an opinion about that, I would imagine, so...
It would be more dramatic if it came down to two guys left waiting to see who was going to get the spots.
Right.
Instead of just immediately draw one guy out and he's out of here.
Right.
There's a Josie Ernst sighting on the webcam for you. So
yeah,
for
she's got a nice game going. I was just going to ask about that.
For those of you that were waiting to get a glimpse of Josie, there she is. We saw her just recently on the NCAA Women's Championships. She was coaching that event, being the assistant coach.
Derek Sapp with a solid enough game, basically even. Big Don says common sense is not the American public's strong suit.
And I would tend to agree with him. I think there needs to just be a common sense store that people can just go buy more.
Still, there's people that are looking very puzzled, and we are in Game 5, like I said.
It's usually not a good thing if you're still puzzled in Game 5, unless you're puzzled for the first time.
And I don't remember who put it up there in the chat room earlier, but they do have they have had the ability to come in here and watch how other people are playing the lanes. So
yeah, hopefully people will use that to their advantage.
That was something that I always did when we would bowl multiple squad events, is I would always go watch the squad before me just to get an idea on what types of players were scoring, what parts of the lane they were playing, what types of equipment was being used, different things like that, to be able to kind of get at least some sort of a good starting point. Maybe save yourself 5 frames or so at the beginning of the block just to kind of get a head start. So.
No kidding. Hey, Billy Ray, if you're still out there watching me, I got Jeremy Hunt standing just to my right.
Another name drop.
There's another name drop.
The barbecue king of Missouri.
They're going to be selling it today, brother. The right corner.
Chris Taylor coming up on lane 40. Found something on his pair after a couple of check the lane out shots to start the game out, but he's got 3 in a row.
Go ahead and
good shot
bring
from
that
Mr.
down.
Pilon.
Yep. Very nice shot by Chris. Leaves a half 10 on that one. It just didn't finish through the pocket, but it was pocket full, let's put it that way. I think we might have Mr. Mike Flanagan getting ready to join us here for a moment. The Mike Flanagan.
I'm a sap just sent me a text asking me if we have a live chicken, so he's looking to sacrifice something right now. So he's struggling a little bit.
Derek. What time did B squad end up starting? I believe it was between 3 and 3:15. I'm not quite sure, but that's what I believe it was, between 3 and 3:15. C squad's going to be
A little bit late.
what's that? Going to start past my bedtime, Billy Ray says in New York.
That's fine. Just more bowling for everybody out there in video land to watch, so. Well, since Billy's on the East Coast, wouldn't it be past his bedtime too then?
That's what he said.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, past his bedtime.
Past his bedtime, yes.
I thought because if it was past, they're
No.
gonna, yeah. Your bedtime's about
quoting him.
7:30, isn't it?
No, dude, I can't go to bed that early. I didn't even go to bed that early last night, and I had to drive up here this morning. So
Hey, Matt, you got me here?
Yeah, someone had number 5
Our
muted.
fearless leader has now jumped on the mic.
Yeah, so how many, what game are they in? Sorry, I'm a little out of it.
it's all right.
5,
Game-
I believe.
Game 5.
Game 5.
Game 5. So we got 3 to go,
Correct.
6 o'clock. Man, they're taking a while to bowl, huh?
Well, we talked about that earlier. You know, some of the reasons that are unforeseen when you set an event up like this is when the scores are a little bit lower. Number one, everybody's throwing 2 balls, so you know that takes a lot of time. But when it's more of a grinding pace, everybody spends more time on the approach. They take more time getting up to the approach. You've got a lot more thinking going on, so it really kind of slows the overall pace of things down quite a bit. You know, you've got the small break between game 4 and 5 when they switch sides. So you got a lot of things to factor into the squad being a little bit slower. But when you come to an event like this, you just got to understand that, you know, there's a good chance that next squad's not going to be starting on time. So it's just the way the nature of the beast, so to speak, as I said it earlier.
So we've got updates through 3 games. They're calculating scores for game number 4. The reason why that got behind is 100% my fault. I had a production meeting with the team going over the entire live broadcast for Sunday, which was about an hour, and there were about 5 of us in that office, so put the team a little behind the 8 ball, and that's one of the reasons. The other contributing factor to why scores are a little behind right now, which they will be caught up very shortly, is the bowlers in this squad, again, we're putting the score sheets in purses and things like that again, so it was very difficult to find the scores, even though we discussed that in the meeting earlier again. So no big deal, though. It happens. We wish we'd get the scores out a little bit faster. But I'm looking at the standings, and let's just pretend like somebody just tuned in, because that's pretty much what I'm doing. William Richardson shot 794 out of the gate, huh?
Yep.
So earlier we had Anthony Pepe. Earlier today had 8-0 out of the gate and finished just a couple hundred over. And now here we are again. We see somebody almost shoot 800 now. And I don't know where he's at or how he's doing now. No update on that.
I think he just moved over to this side, I think.
Yeah, so we'll see him.
And then William O'Neill is 149 over to open up with 3 games. That's pretty cool to see Bill doing well. Nidafer, also a great up-and-coming star who's had success on the PBA Tour, 131 over.
The
Barda,
last game we
Medina.
just had Matt Gasson with 289 over here.
Okay.
And on the same pair we had a 250 and 2 220s.
Yeah.
So it looks like, it almost looks like there's pockets of scores going on right now where there's a few pair that have opened up fairly nicely, and then you'll have the pair right next to it to where the high game was 188.
Right.
So it's still a roller coaster of scores going on.
And then Kurt Pelon here is actually right in front of us. I know we got a camera on Kurt. Go to that for me, Matt, right
All
here.
the way up on lane 39, getting ready to take it. And he is actually on a triple right now, and he's actually he's on the pair that Tim Barrett just had 258 on.
Nice.
Playing the same part of the lane, using basically the same strategy. So it doesn't surprise me to see Kurt come over and be somewhat lined up almost immediately.
Barrett's reaction looks really nice.
Did I miss something with where Pelon is in the standings?
So Kurt just
Maybe
picked
not.
up a
We've only
ham
got the
bone.
first 3 sheets there.
I'm going to get an interview with Pelon.
Billy Ray is asking for someone to explain how this broadcast is in higher definition than what he pays on for extra frame.
Yeah, I just want to answer him real quick and say
I
we do
don't
it for
think
the
we
love
want
of
to
the
dig into
game.
that can of worms, but thank you very much, Billy.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words.
In defense of Extra Frame, I just want to say that you're at the mercy of the internet feed. And since I do consulting work for here, and this is kind of home base for me, internet feed is very important to me at this bowling center, especially for events like this. So Jerry Anderson has also upgraded his internet over at Redbird Lanes. We have like a 5.0 upload, and anytime the bowling center is committed to live streaming, it's going to look a lot better. So I respect what all these live streaming guys do. Lucas Wiseman, the folks at bowl.com, and of course Extra Frame with the PBA. So that's kind of how that works. I'm going to see if I can get an interview with Pelon. Hey, Kurt.
Also over here on this side now, I noticed up on the high end, he's actually walking down this way now. Kenny McNeely, who bowled on tour, back in the, I'd say, late 80s, early 90s. I think he won a title at one point. I know he still bowls. He bowls some still down in the southern area. Haven't seen him in years, so kind of cool to see him go walking by.
Hey, Jeff, I got Kurt Pelon here. Kurt, how's your day treating you so far?
So far, I'm able to kind of control the pocket, but carry angle is not exactly what you're looking for. So pair to pair, it's a little funny. It's a little touchier than it looks. It feels like you got a little bit of room to play with. So on this pair, making the flip over here, it's a little stronger in the front. Had to make a ball change and still kind of keep it in front of me. If I keep it in front of me and it gets into a roll fast enough, we got a little bit of hold. So we got to get some pins here.
And what are you currently at right now?
Right around 55 or 60 over. Nothing too crazy, but always kind of in control. So we got to maybe get a little out of control here, but throw some good shots.
Okay, Kurt, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You got it, bud. We'll get some.
Thanks, Kurt, for a little in-game interview right there from Mr. Flanagan. So we had a question from the Pork Chop Express on what ball Storm was giving away. As part of your entry fee for this event, it was any Storm ball that you wanted. So if you wanted to pick anything from a sink all the way down to a lights out, so to speak, you pretty much pick any ball that you wanted. So once again, big thanks to Storm for sponsoring the event and getting behind it wholeheartedly and helping with the marketing and the promotional side of things, as well as the monetary side of it.
Got a tweet coming in here from J.W. Winsky. This is a good friend of mine here, actually my boss at my other job, my part-time job, Radio Shack. Says a shout out to the ham turkey sandwich.
That's not a bad idea. I'm actually starting to get kind of hungry.
I know. So thanks for tuning in, Justin.
Mr. Pelon splitting the rack open on that shot.
Yeah, you still got it on Pelon down here?
Yeah.
Well, I got it on split screen.
Yeah,
but
great.
I can throw them up.
Oh, here we go. We got Pelon here.
I didn't have the open window big four.
We need a little air guitar on that one because that ball had the old get back hole
bust
on
out
it.
the air guitar yet, but that one I made a little move and stayed firm with it. And we might have the right picture here because I'm leaving a lot of corners with that move. So fiddling around, I got 210 and 210 and not 230. So see if this side's a little more helpful.
All right, that's Kurt. We said he was right around 50, and he's got some strikes going now. Looks like possible 258.
248.
Thank you.
Travi in the chat wants to know the purpose of wearing those sleeves on the bowling arm, and you might have seen Mike Fagan especially having one of those on. I believe they're called compression sleeves.
They're compression sleeves. They promote muscle recovery and blood stimulation. So you see a lot of other athletes and other sports wearing them. They're starting to come into the bowling market a little bit more now. I know for a fact that Storm, we just came out with ours. It's actually going out to the distributors here fairly soon. So we will have Storm bowling sleeves available shortly. So.
Hey guys.
Hey, we got a little lefty with very little hair, Chris sighting. Chris Hester sighting.
Yeah, I'm actually down here. We actually built a Lego set, and we're inside the house, and I'm here with Chris Hester. Chris, how are the lanes treating you? Where are you at? Tell us about your day.
So far, not great. I'm doing what I normally do, bowling 2-0 every game. Trying to keep her in play and make spares, but that's not going to be enough to make the cut. I think I'm bowled 190 that game. I think I'm 15-20 over or something like that. Nothing extraordinary. Just watching, it's hit or miss. You'll see 250, 260 game, and the other 3 scores on the pair are 170. So not sure who. I know Josie's bowling well. She's 180 over, I believe. Other than that, you know, it seems like everybody's kind of just plugging along. Nobody's really running away from everybody.
Chris, you laid this down at your bowling center back home. Brett Shepard shot 300 on it. How are the lanes playing different compared to where you laid them down at home?
They definitely hooked more from 4 or 5 at home than they do here. You have to be a little more direct through the fronts here than we did at home. At home, we were able to go away to it a little more and get it to hook. Here, you can't do that. You have to go up the lane a little more, which it's clear watching Brett and I bowl that we didn't learn a whole lot bowling on the pattern at home. I mean, stay in the same zone. I have to be a lot straighter through the front here.
How would you grade this pattern overall, A, B, C, D, as far as what we were looking for this weekend for this kind of tournament?
Well, knowing that you like them super hard, or not super hard, but demanding, B+. I mean, the guys that can get around it pretty good are still, you know, they're bowling their 220s, 230s, where your straighter guys are going to have a harder time getting there. But I actually texted Art Brown. He texted me and asked me how it was going, and I said, or how the pattern was and everything, and I said they're about as fair as you can be. Nobody has a distinct advantage. They're pretty fair left to right. I mean, that's all you can really ask for. Good shot making is being rewarded. Bad shots are being penalized. That's the way bowling's supposed to be.
All right, Chris, well, good luck to you the rest of the day.
Hey, Mike, before you let him go, ask him, you know, what he's trying to do, like hand position-wise, to kind of control the ball down lane. Because I know what the right-handers are doing, but it's a little bit different on the left because of with less traffic. What are you trying to do physically to control the motion down lane?
I'm really just trying to really stay behind it and kind of just roll it off my hand toward. I've got to get it towards the head pin. That's the key. And with the longer ball returns, that makes it tricky on the right lane. But I'm really just trying to trap, you know, 5 and roll it kind of up the back of it, but not dead up the back of it, because you have to get it started pretty quick. But if you go dead up the back of it and miss it at all to the left, it never hooks. So just trying to roll it off my hand and get it rolling towards the head pin, really. But you have to trap 5. You can't get away from that spot. 4 or 5, you have to stay around.
Sounds like a similar situation what the right-handers are trying to do. So that tells me that the pattern is playing almost the same right to left, which is, to be honest, very unusual to see. So it's always nice when it's a fair, more level playing field, so that it's not forcing the righties so far right or so far left that they get into the left-handers laydown area and we affect them. So it looks to me like the strategy is the same left to right.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a tournament game, 6 are we? And there's still no righties left of 20. I mean, you never see that. This is beautiful.
That's only because I'm not bowling.
Well,
I'd be in there if I was bowling.
You'd be over the gutter. That's
and I'd be on your pair.
That's Chris Hester, guys. Good luck to you, Chris.
Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. Little in-game interviews there, guys. I got to bug out, but I enjoyed being part of the broadcast.
Thanks,
with you. I'll be back.
Thanks, Mike. Boomer87 wants to know how long is the pattern. I believe 44 feet. You can find it. Matt's going to post a link probably for you so you can look at the pattern, and he'll post that in the chat here.
It's 44 feet, 18 mils of oil. Total volume is 28. The ratio I'm looking at here, trying to see what the ratio is.
About
2.2 to 1.
Yeah, 2.2.
So it's fairly flat. In comparison, you take something like this year's USBC Open pattern. The team event's a 41-foot pattern. The volume's around, I believe, 25 to 26 mils, but the ratio is about 2.4 to 1. So, this is very, very similar. A little bit longer than the USBC Open, but the shape of the pattern itself, the reverse oil actually is going to force you a little bit farther outside than you would normally see on a 44-foot pattern.
Excuse me, Jeff. Above 180 just tweeted to us and said, watching the Inside Bowling live stream event, good stuff. Above180.com, very good website, awesome interviews that you can hear on that site. Appreciate the guys watching us tonight and listening to everything that's going on here.
We're trying to feed you as much technical information as we possibly can on this. You know, with it being an 8-game round, it gives us plenty of time just to openly talk about what we're seeing. Whereas, you know, you take, for instance, you know, Randy on the shows on Sunday, they have very, very little time to tell backstories on the players and actually call the action. So it doesn't give you a lot of time to kind of get into the technical side of things. But this definitely gives us an opportunity to sit back analyze what we see what's going on, and trying to give you guys, what we're seeing strategy-wise, what guys are doing equipment-wise, physical changes, things like that. So once again, anybody out there that has any questions, feel free to shoot them our way. And while we are just saying that, Mr. Pilon just pulled a big double out in the 10th, so he's going to finish up in the 240s on the pair that Tim Barrett just had 258 on. So looks to me like 39 and 40 is pretty nice, as well as 43 and 4. The scores were fairly good on that pair again this game. The quality of bowler may not have been quite as high as the previous game, but it does look like the scoring pace at least withheld that game.
Right. A little bit ago, while Mike was interviewing Kurt Pilon, we had a tweet on the screen from Jesse Bauer saying, definitely bowling, the InsideBowling.com tournament next year. Looks like a great tournament, and I think it's cool that, not that I'm glad that anybody is home when they wish they could be here, but I love the idea that you're sitting there saying, wow, I wish I was there right now instead of sitting here watching on a computer or something.
Yeah, tweets are flying in right now, guys.
Awesome.
Yeah, one after another.
If you guys are located in the Midwest and you're looking for stuff to bowl, every weekend there's something going on in Illinois, Missouri, all over the place. Thomas Rogers has the Southern Missouri Bowlers Tour that they usually run a couple events a month. Me personally, with Land Lincoln tournaments in Central Illinois, we run usually at least one event a month, and then during the fall we run 2 a month. There's stuff going on all over Illinois, all over Missouri, and that's the stuff that I'm just very aware of just from where I'm located. So for those competitive bowlers out there that are looking for stuff to bowl, hop on Facebook, get a hold of us. We'll be able to get you the information that you're looking for and point you in the right direction. So there's no shortage of competitive tournaments to bowl in this day and age.
Starting game 6 now on 41-2, we see Derek Sapp with the Cubs jersey on down there.
I just got a hi from Natalie Goodman. Natalie is from this area. She's a very, very accomplished collegiate player. So hi, Natalie. Hope you're enjoying watching.
Chris Hester getting ready to make his first shot on lane 39.
Chris actually went to school at Moorhead, so he's an accomplished player himself.
That ball went right on his off his hand.
We actually had him in the booth yesterday after during the second squad of the doubles tournament.
Yes, I saw that, but you made him stand so people could see him.
So he could see over the monitors.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's why I'm standing.
I tell Chris that he's only about 4'12".
I can't see anything behind these monitors. And Mike wanted to put a 42-inch TV up here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right here. As I couldn't see nothing. There's a pillar and a 42-inch TV. Might as well put an Xbox up here, too. Take you on down here on the low end, 31 and 32.
Who do we have down there, Matt?
I'm not entirely sure. I see local bowler Joe Buffa. Matt Todd also is to the pair to the right. You might be able to see him bowl.
Joe.
I'm not sure who else is on that pair, though.
See PBA champion Mike Wolf is on 35 and 6, as well as Josie Ernest.
Yeah, he's going to skip that feature pair on the next game, isn't he?
35 and isn't this game 6?
This is game 6, yeah.
Well, then he'll skip 2 after this pair.
Okay, so yeah, he'll miss.
6, he'll be on 41-2, right?
Bill O'Neill?
No, I thought you said Mike Wolf.
Oh, Mike Wolf. Yeah, Mike Wolf will be on a pair.
Former touring player and PBA regional champion Brad Snell walking around.
Could
in
be
the back, so.
PGA as well.
PGA, yeah.
I don't know. It could be.
I don't know why I'm thinking about golf with the way the weather is outside.
PBA 50 also, right?
I believe
him,
he may be at least getting close to the PBA 50.
Jack Sullivan standing there next to Brad Sell.
So Jack.
Did I tell you I'm bowling doubles with Canada at Nationals?
You know, when Matt Damon chatted earlier, everybody assumed you were thinking about the actor Matt Damon, but I knew you were thinking about, our boy Canada, Matt Damon. So,
got a question about Aaron O'Brien. He's right here in front of us, or no, he's on 37 and 38. And he's in the fourth frame. He went strike, 9 spare.
He's crossed with Jason Wojnar, another very talented
and,
player.
Fujita.
Multiple PBA regional champion. He been on tour for a few years.
Ronnie Fujita is also on that pair.
T-Pain just tweeted in here, who let a Cubs fan bowl on the featured pair, and what bet did he lose to have to wear that jersey?
This is a politically correct program, so by law, we have to have at least one Cub fan on the broadcast.
Yeah.
You're getting crap. On the live stream, you're getting crap.
It was the Cubs jersey that everybody's,
Go ahead and put on split screen here, 31, 32, and 47 and 8.
Okay.
Chris Hester with a much better shot on that one. Just looked like he got a little aggressive with the swing on that previous one, kind of pulled down on it a little bit hard from the top, accelerated at the bottom, and got through the swing a little bit quick. So that one was a much cleaner, much smoother shot. So.
Well, folks, it's looking pretty dark outside already.
What time is it?
That's usually what happens when it gets nighttime.
Thanks, dude.
It's only 6:30.
I know. But it has been overcast and rainy here most of the day, so.
It's like Mike Wolch is 7-10 on 35. That can't make him very happy.
But you're just assuming.
Yeah.
I'm just assuming.
Yeah, it is. I see.
But knowing Mike the way I do,
it's a red number.
Pretty sure that's a safe assumption.
Okay.
Looks like he went 4 in a row, 7-10.
Yeah, every time I look at the split screen, I just want to bowl on that V lane.
Yeah.
That's right in the middle.
Yeah, that would be nice, huh?
All right, guys, we got updates for game number 4.
Natalie, before you start on that, Natalie wants to know how Kyle Sherman is bowling. Unfortunately, Natalie, he switched to the other side now. We won't see him for the rest of the entire block here. We'll have to wait for the standings to come out to be able to tell you how it's working for him. So,
Natalie, his look was actually pretty good. If he can go to the other side and just maintain what he was doing, I would think that he's got a good chance to make a run at it. He's only 33 over after 4. But anything could happen at this point if you find the right look. So after game 4, just looking through and seeing the guys that are on B squad, William Richardson is still high on this squad at plus 153. Billy O'Neill plus 143. Craig Nidifer 128. Josie Ernest plus 122. Matt Gasson plus 118. Tim Barrett plus 110. Marshall Kent 110. Dallas Baldridge plus 102, Antonio Medina plus 87, Adam Barta 81, Kenny McNeely 80, Rob Gottschall 79, Don Griffin 78, and then that takes us back to the second page. So those are guys that are still within striking distance of what I would say needing to be around the top 12 range. To have a really good, legitimate shot at it after going into C squad. So I'd say after this squad, if you're not in the top 12, you're going to have a hard time making it, because you got to figure at least 4 guys are going to make it off of C.
Or you better hope you win the lottery.
Or run down to your local 7-Eleven and buy some tickets.
Question in the chat: how many 300 games have we had so far? That's
We've had none in the tournament. Last night, I believe there were 3, plus a 298.
Yeah, Mike Fagan had 298, and then Brendan Williams had the 300 game. That was last night in the doubles.
Didn't one of the two winners also? I don't remember if it was.
It was close.
Alex.
It might have been a
Alex?
297.
Yeah, I think Alex had one.
And Alex's look this morning was not very good at all. Alex had one? Okay. So Mike's monitoring us even though he's not actually part of this and waving at me whenever we get close to a real fact, I guess.
Gotta
Or
love
was
that
that
back
just
channel.
that I said something correct?
I don't, maybe.
Okay.
Could have been that. Tom Barish had 297 last night, that's true. Brett Cunningham, very good showing this morning. Climbed up and up and up as the day went on. He wasn't very far up on the sheet at all and ended up in second.
And since he's in the chat right now, we better say nice things about him or else he'll be
Yeah,
upset.
I know. Brett caused quite a little stir in the St. Louis area when he talked about the soft lead conditions versus bowling on something that makes you actually make good shots. And you can tell, just the way he handled himself out there today, you can tell how important a tournament is. He says he didn't really, but yeah, you did.
Well, you know, everybody has their own opinions as far as what they would like to see from conditions, and it's always refreshing to see an opinion of somebody that demands, you know, either stricter regulations on lane conditioning or, you know, a topic that I actually had just brought up on Facebook the other day about some sort of a tiered membership to where people would actually get to choose. If you want to bowl on a softer lead condition, then you'll be sanctioned as such, and you'll be considered more of a recreational type bowler. But if you want to get more competitive, then you can move up to the middle level to where the conditions would be 5-6 to 1 ratios, and then you want to get even higher, it'd be more of a challenge type membership to where the lane conditions would be 3 to 5, you know, ratio and higher, and then up above that would be the PBA. So I'm all for what Brett was talking about as far as demanding tougher lane conditions. The only issue is not everybody wants that. Not everybody needs that. You know, I just think that there needs to be more options available for guys like these guys that are all out here on the floor.
Right.
Them bowling on a 12 to 1 house pattern doesn't do them a bit of good. Doesn't make them any better of a bowler. But when if you want to, say for instance you want to bowl Wednesday night with your friends and you don't care, that's great, but you want to still be competitive, so bowl another night of the week where you're on a stricter lane condition. That's going to get you tournament ready for an event like this.
Jeff, you got a shout out on the tweet.
Oh,
it's over here. Roger Nord.
What'd Roger say?
First IB broadcast he's watched full time. He thinks Jeff has found the new gig. Good stuff.
Shout out to one of my bosses, Roger. I'm not sure I could handle this gig full time, although I've never had a problem talking this much, so maybe I am suited for this. And I do have a face for radio, so.
Heather's asking for a link to standings. Heather, there's not a link for standings. If you scroll down to the bottom of your screen, or about the bottom of the page on the InsideBowling.com site, you'll find the standings on a tab, and they'll be updated automatically as they give us new information and stuff as the night goes on. So that's where you're going to find standings, is down there. Back on the topic you were just talking about, Jeff, as part of the USBC organization for our state, I'm part of a couple of Facebook groups where officers and directors from around the country have a page where we can discuss different things and ask questions. And we were discussing people who actually bowl on tough conditions and don't sanction the league as a sport league. So what you end up with is a a false average that compares to everybody else that you might be able to take and use in tournaments, but it's not declared a sport because they don't want to pull the tapes and sanction the league as a sport league. And my idea in that situation was let people sanction a league as a sport league, but not give award scores unless they pull the tapes. So that way at least those leagues could get identified and people could actually bowl in them and do that kind of stuff. And somebody else took it one step further and said, what if you didn't give awards for for 300s and 800s unless it was shot on a sport pattern?
Well, that was kind of the idea that I expressed through a very, very long-winded post that I had on Facebook the other day with this tiered membership. With this tiered membership program is on a recreational level, it may just be certificates or something like that. But then as it moves up the chain, then your awards are more meaningful and more worthy and things like that. And I certainly don't want to diminish, a 300 or an 800 on the recreational level. That's certainly not the basis of the conversation. Anybody that bowls, 300, more power to you. We need everybody in the sport that we can get. It's the more advanced bowlers that are looking for more out of the sport is what we need to give them more options. We're still going to have, I would guess, 85% of the bowlers in the country are still going to be recreational bowlers. It's the other 15 that it'd be nice if we could give them more options, and maybe that's the grassroots to growing events like this and PBA regional program and actually getting the PBA tour, giving them the help to where they need to be to get it back totally on track. It's got to start somewhere. And I'm open to listen to any idea or suggestion anybody has or argument, on the topic. So.
Oh, so Natalie's getting creative in there and changing the color of her name, and everybody's jealous about it now in the chat. So.
And this really kind of ties back to what we've been talking about with the educational side of the sport, especially with what we're doing with Storm University, is I'd really love to take your 160 to 180 average bowler, teach them a little bit more to where that level will start to demand, a little bit either tougher lane condition or just more out of the sport. It's possible. It's going to take a collective effort from a lot of people in the industry to really pull this off. But I don't think it's so far gone to where we blow everything up and start over from scratch. But I do think that there are an awful lot of smart people at the USBC. Some of the new younger blood that's coming in to that organization. We really need the BPAA on board and behind this program because let's face it, they're the controlling factor. They're the bowling center. Without them, we don't have the ability to do anything in the sport. So, with the USBC and the BPAA, we really need them to work together and help to promote this part of it to where the sport will actually start to grow and thrive again instead of we're trying to figure out how do we actually keep bowlers.
The idea of 200 being par has been around for years and years and years. Where do you think par is now?
Again, it depends. Are we talking about a recreational league? Are we talking about a sport league? To me, there are so many different levels of the sport that the lines are now blurred.
Right. But we can only talk about it as one great big thing together just because that's what we have available to us right now. So with that in mind, what do you think? What's par?
If you're just talking strictly league bowling on house patterns, I would say somewhere in the 220 range. But that's not totally fair either because it's still the more advanced bowler that totally takes advantage of the house patterns. 80+% of your bowling population, it doesn't matter what pattern they're bowling on, they're going to average their 130 to 170.
Okay.
That's why averages for a lower average bowler, those averages don't drop as much when they would go to a sport pattern as an advanced bowler would. So we're still talking about a smaller amount of the population that we're really dealing with, but I would rather, I would just as soon spend as much time on the education of the lower average group than the higher average group. You know, there's ways that we can target patterns for both sides of it, but you know, I think there's a lot to give to everybody in the sport as far as education goes. Brett, change the green. I can't see it. It's going to drive me nuts.
So, folks, we're on some of the pairs. We're coming close to the end of Game 6 here on the B squad. We've got standings as of Game 4 posted on the bottom of the page on your InsideBowling.com website where you're viewing right now. If you happen to be viewing on the live stream page, you probably won't find it there. It needs to be on the InsideBowling.com page for you to be able to see these standings. They've got them intermingled right now. They've got B squad and A squad mixed together and ranked by the plus or minus that is listed next to the bowler's name, just to show where they might be right now as they're competing on B squad. Pork Chop Express is asking us for a split screen, and I will be honest with you, our tech is away from the table right now, so you're just going to kind of listen to us talk for a minute until he comes back. And as a matter of fact, I don't know. I might be able to do this. I think Mike tried to show me earlier what's going on, so here we go. Here we go. I'm going to try to get you a split screen view here.
It's also kind of nice to see the amount of people just in here watching. The staff here at Tropicana and Inside Bowling set up bleachers for the people to come in and watch, and there's a good sized crowd here on both sides watching, so it's always nice whenever you have an event like this that's this big with this many entries to see people come out and watch it. You know, that's still what we're really looking for, is to promote the sport and get more people interested in it, and so on and so forth. And when people, whether it's just family members or friends, you know, the more people we have in the building, the better off we're going to be.
So I would have gotten you a split screen view, but actually we're in the middle of a transition between games right now, and there was an action on two pairs for me to be able to show you on that one. So let us get into the next game, and we'll be able to split it again for you.
Sorry about that disappearance there. I had to go get a problem fixed here with that scroller. They were showing the correct scores, you know, for the standings after Game 4, but the label was still saying Game 3.
Game 3, okay.
So I just wanted to get that corrected.
It's like Mr. Pelon isn't faring quite as well on 43 and 4 as he did on 39 and 40.
Started out well. How's Chris has figured out something here on 39 and 40.
Yeah, my little follically challenged left-hander is actually making some pretty good shots right now, so refreshing to see. Chris is another one that's been through some health issues, and it's nice to see him out here competing at a high level. Very soft hand at the bottom, good shot.
Oh.
Little half 7 on that one, so he'll make his spare and move on. He's still going at about a 230, 240 clip.
Pork Chop Express is asking about the amenities. I like that. From the way the guys were talking this morning, I heard Matt and Riggs in here, and somebody said whatever it is that they're cooking smells awfully good.
Oh, so, man, they were cooking burgers. It was about Game 2, and none of us had eaten breakfast or anything, and I was just starving, and it made me want to eat. But now I smell popcorn again.
Yep.
Once again, the name of the game on this pattern is making good shots, controlling the pocket, make your spares, stay out of trouble, As soon as you find a good pair, take your 240, 250, and move on. So you're not seeing too many guys jump in, going left to right. So everybody's kind of got the same strategy. It's just that the lanes really aren't developing into something that gives you a higher scoring pace. So
we got some guessing in the chat of what it's going to take to make the top 16. I see a 192 over. Somebody else saying 200. But the scores on this squad seem to be a little higher.
To me, they actually seem to be a little bit lower.
That's the gut that I've got about these right now, too. But I guess we could take a look. So if we were to double the people that had at least 100 after 4 games, we have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would put 8 on B squad at 100 or 200 over, plus 3 more on A squad. So that would be 11 out of the 16, and that's kind of what you were talking about earlier. You said top 12 if you didn't have 200 over, or if you weren't in the top 12 after the squad was over.
You know, there's one other factor that comes into play on C squad tonight, and that's something that, you know, we talked about all the different variables that could happen tonight as far as the 5 on the pair and yet another strip and reoil, and a lot of things are gonna be different from this pair moving forward. The other thing is the squeeze factor. You know, once you get down to game 6, 7, and 8, and you know that the cut numbers can be in a certain area, and you know that you're going to have to bowl 220, 230 to be able to sneak in, it's a whole lot tougher to free up your swing and make good shots when you know what the number's going to be, compared to when you're bowling on A squad and there are no scores for you to shoot at. Some guys like that, some guys don't. You know, some guys perform very, very well under pressure as far as looking at the number and saying, hey, I need to get to here to make it. You know, some guys just simply can't do that.
Just saw Blake DeMoore's name scroll up. He was 54 over after 4. I haven't seen him yet. He's got to be on this side, though, because we didn't see him in the first 4 games, so he's got to be over here somewhere. Looks like a little playful conversation in our chat right now.
I know. I feel a little left out between Brett and Natalie. I mean,
I know.
Although I will say that if you did watch the women's show, you know, the NCAA show, Natalie probably threw it as good as anybody did on that show. So.
You guys are watching continuing coverage here of the 2013 Storm Inside Bowling Open here at Tropicana Lanes in St. Louis, Missouri. Matt Turk alongside Jeff Carter, Dennis Hacker here. Game number 6 is getting almost to the completion point here. 2 more games after that before this block is done, and then they'll be re-oiling here again, and then C Squad will take to the lanes.
I'd really like to see what this pattern would do if they didn't re-oil. You know, how many games would it take to actually see it break down to where guys would be jumping way left?
Yeah.
You know, like I said earlier, normally common sense on a 40-foot pattern is to start in and just migrate farther left as you go. With the shape of this pattern, the volume of oil, it's forced everybody right. But since nobody is getting, you know, farther left than say 15, it'd be interesting to see even after 16 games if anybody would be in there.
We almost had a 2, 4, 5, 10. on lane 44 just now.
There's a pretty good chance that he's 0 for 0 in his career on the spare until
What's
now.
left is the 2, 5, 10. So, Jeff.
Chris Hester with another great shot that gives him a double in the 10th. He's going at, it's like 249. It's like 249.
Okay.
Mr. Pilon with a big cartwheel 4-pin messenger.
Oh, Derek Sapp through the nose, 4-6 in the 10th frame on a double going in. So he's looking at 2-0.
I think he wants to kick Jason Wojnar right about now, sitting down there in the.
Actually, no.
Okay.
190. He might very well want to kick Jason Wojnar. Nice.
And that guy is 0 for 1 on that spare now.
Nice shot by Chris Hester to finish that game out. 249.
Seems to be the highest score I've seen so far across this house. As we got standing updates after game number 5. You guys want to take it away?
Okay, after 5. As of right now, what I was saying earlier around 12th place would be about an approximate number that I would say for somewhere around the 16th place score is plus 158. But just off this squad, Billy O'Neill is now the leader on B squad with plus 184, followed by Josie Ernest 171, Craig Niederfer at 170. Then we go down to Tim Barrett 157. Then we have Marshall Kent 144, Kenny McNeely 127, Matt Gasson 119, Antonio Medina 118. William Richardson must have struggled a little bit that game. He's 115. Then we get Mr. Pilon at 100, Adam Barta 97, Rob Gottschall 95, Dallas Baldridge 94, Mike Wolf 89, Billy Netzhammer 85. Then we've got a lot of guys kind of bunched up in the 60s and 70s. Some notables. Cameron Doyle 69. Michael Fagan must have had 250 that game because he's up to 61 over now. That's about all I see. Kyle Sherman 43. So scores are still pretty spread out. You've got some guys that are hitting it fairly hard and some that are going to need some help these last couple games to get in.
Yeah. Here's a baseball update for all you guys not watching because you're watching us, hopefully. Looks like the Pirates have beat the Cardinals just now 5-3.
The rain must hold off just long enough for them to get that game in.
Yeah. A.J. Burnett looked like he picked up another win there for the Pirates.
Okay, Jeff, so I missed all that, so can you read them again?
No.
Sorry about that. I would like to take a look, though. Did you happen to see how Mike Fagan's doing on this squad?
He had 250 that game. I think he jumped up to 61 over.
Okay.
Okay, right in front of us now on 41-2 is Josie Ernest, and I believe she's crossing with PBA Tour champion Mike Wolf, I think. Yep, that's him sitting down there, recognize his bald head. And trying to look around, see who else. Mr. Pilon still on 43-4, trying to finish up his game. Looks like if he gets the next hit, he's going to be in the 2 teens.
Looks like St. Louis legend Don Griffin's going to be down on featured pair 31-32 for this game.
Okay. And I mentioned we hadn't seen Blake Demore yet, and he is coming up on 39 and 40 as well.
Looks like Don is also on 31-2 crossing with Anthony Thompson, young lefty that bowled on tour for a little while, throws it really, really well. So he's also somebody that's fun to watch.
Pork Chop Express in the chat says Peterson should have bowled. Actually, he's bowling this squad, right? Vernon Peterson is who he's talking
He's
about?
talking about Randy.
I know, I was
Randy
joking
Pedersen.
because of the way he spelled his name. So
Pedersen.
Randy had actually agreed to do the broadcast for tomorrow's finals, so that's the main reason why Randy's not bowling. He's actually ramping up to bowl some PVA 50 events coming up. I know he's got some other Storm and ESPN obligations, but he is planning on bowling the Senior Masters as well as a few other Senior Tour events. He had a couple of knee surgeries, so this is about the first time in a long time that he's been healthy enough to be able to get out there and compete. So Mike Wolf is telling me to be nice to him on the webcam, so I will do my best to say nice things about Mr. Wolf.
did he tell you that? Did he tell you that verbally, or did he send it to you in the chat, or did he tweet it or anything like that?
He just stood up and says, "Be nice."
Okay.
So, and I think he knows me well enough that I don't have that in my blood.
You probably didn't see Blake's shot on 39. Wait do you see where he's playing the lanes?
Okay.
I hadn't seen it all day.
I would assume he's playing in then if we haven't seen it all day.
He's playing in. At least he did on the left line. I don't know what he's going to do on the right based on where the ball returns.
I know
at.
somebody else who would be playing in if they were bowling.
You?
Yeah, because I'm stubborn that way.
Yeah.
I figured the world is round. It's going to come to me eventually.
And here he is on lane 40.
Mike Wolf, ladies and gentlemen, on lane 42. Nice legs and all. And the disgruntled ring 10 look.
Matt, can you give us a view of 39 and 40 here for Blake's shot if he does the same thing on the right lane as he did on the left?
Yeah, I can't split screen this
Okay.
this set of pairs here though.
Let's just watch one and see, because it was so different from where everybody else has been playing all day. And it was solid strike the first frame, so I can't really tell if he's as far left on the approach as he was over there, but yep.
Wow. Was he was he that deep on the other
He was
shot?
that deep on the other lane too, and
Holy cow.
it faced up.
That's an example of what we were talking about earlier on a pattern like this, to where if it's not allowing you to have a hook spot to play in that far. In most people's minds, that means that you need to hit it harder, where actually increasing your axis rotation and quote-unquote hitting it harder, all it does is create more skid. So, you know, we did watch earlier this morning when Del Ballard was playing in. He did it with a really, really soft hand, lower ball speed, and stronger bowling balls, to where if you're going to play in there, you better be able to get the ball into a roll soon, or else, you know, those shots that you get aggressive with are going to go out the window. Dallas Baldridge on 42 with a strike.
Wow.
You know what? I almost saw that coming. Just the way the middles of the lane are, it's really easy to get plastic balls to hydroplane. And normal makeable spares like that almost become tricky just because of the way the pattern is laid out. see Mike Wolf up on lane 41 right now.
Ronnie Fajita throwing, leaving a 10-pin on lane 43.
Wolf's playing a little bit further left than what
he is.
I would normally expect, but again, you know, he's got a lot of forward roll. He's very, very soft at the bottom of it, and he's using a fairly aggressive bowling ball to where he can actually get to start soon enough that gives him that
Right.
part of the lane.
And there was
the problem is being able to get an angle in there that he can strike with good enough.
There was no giving the pocket away on that one, though. That's for sure. There was no chance that ball was out of control. So,
you know, right now he's having to use a solid cover stock with a little bit of surface on it, which it may give him the pocket on that pair, but it give him the right angle to get it to go through the pins to strike. Whereas if you're farther right and you can actually get lined up, you have a little bit of built-in entry angle to get it to go through the pins the right way. So
that was a nice looking ball there on 39.
Yep, that's what I was talking
nice
about.
Nice and tight. Looked like he got it out there a little wider on 40 though.
Well, and I think that has a problem. That has to do with where the ball returns out over here. He can't stand where he wants to stand, I don't think, because if you end up having to walk around and you're doing all this with your body, then you've got no control of what's actually happening up there.
But also keep in mind, when you're dealing with a high volume of oil on the lane, for instance, 28 mils like what we've got here, you can actually throw the ball through the exact same spot, but if your axis rotation is 10% higher, it's going to blow 5-6 feet farther down the lane strictly because of that. So you can actually repeat a shot, just accelerate through it a little bit at the bottom, and it's just going to fly right through that spot. It's going to blow right through the break point. So you could actually hit the same target, but have a totally different result.
And all that stuff together, putting all that together in your head only means that you're playing in the wrong part of the lane when you're out there doing that. Basically, if you don't have, I know there's not a whole lot of room to miss here, anyways, but if you're in there and that can happen to you.
And you know, I would hate to say that somebody's playing the wrong part of the lane, because anybody can find something that may work that nobody else in the building can do. It may not be the preferred part of the lane. It may not be the part of the lane that gives you the easiest path to the pocket.
Okay.
That's not easy to say.
No, it's not. And I wasn't really nice with the way I put that in the first place. Then you were more politically correct just then. So.
That's me. I am politically correct.
Oh, I know.
Now we're going to flip down to 31 and 2 for a few shots and watch a few of the left-handers down there, Don Griffin and Anthony Thompson bowl.
Matt Todd with a nice shot there on 39.
See if Denmore hits that same spot on 40.
Let's just see how he is at the bottom of the swing a little bit. See if he can roll it a little bit more and see if he can get to pick up a little bit more in the mid lane than he did on that last shot.
Blake's a Wichita State player right now too, by the way.
See, that one was a little bit soft at the bottom.
That looks like a good ball.
All right.
Some lucky carry.
But you could tell, too, he wasn't giving the pocket away on that shot. Like he saw what happened on the last one, so. Tell you what, I saw that young man bowl when he was still in high school, and what a change in his game. What a change.
I did, too. Yeah, I remember that. Same thing with, for instance, this morning with Brad Miller. I remember bowling pro-ams with Brad when he was 10. He's not any taller now than he was when he was 10. I mentioned that this morning that he still can't get to ride the big rides at Six Flags. But watching kids like Brad grow up, and I've had the good fortune to actually work with Brad a lot over the years in on different things and be able to see his game grow. That's definitely, you know, the biggest benefit that I get from coaching is is watching, you know, kids like Brad get better as the years go on. Once again, for those of you that are in the area or watching that want to come out, C Squad should be getting on the lanes. I hope somewhere around 8 o'clock or so, maybe. Wishful thinking, but if you can't make it out, feel free to tune in, listen to us talk about anything and everything under the sun with the 2013 Storm IB Open. Once again, big thank you to Storm Bowling Products for their tremendous support of this event. Like we mentioned earlier, with your entry fee into this tournament. Yes, I did say tournament for those of you on the East Coast. Thanks to Carolyn Doran Ballard for making me say tournament
nice shot,
10
Blake.
years ago.
Nice shot, Blake.
But for those of you that, for those that enter the tournament, you receive your choice of any Storm ball with your entry fee. So big thanks to Storm for their support, not only in this event, but for competitive bowling in general. Yes, Natalie, I do remember videoing you years ago. That was, I believe, at Scott Air Force Base, and tremendous difference. You have definitely improved as you've grown as well. So again, it's great to see all the kids in college now that I remember when they were kids. That just shows how old I'm getting. Makes me feel bad. Thanks for reminding me. But yeah, it's pretty awesome to see the growth of a lot of the kids as they get into high school and collegiate ranks.
T-Pain is asking, is this Game 6? It's actually Game 7 that we're in right now out there. Game 6 is in the books. We just don't have standings for it yet. But we will have shortly. About a game and a half to go on this squad, and then obviously a re-oil. For anybody who's joined us recently, there are 57 spots still available on C Squad. We're anticipating a longer squad because of the need to go to 5 on a pair, but obviously if we don't get any higher than 96, there won't be a need to do that. It depends on how many people actually do re-enter. Re-entry cost is $160, not the $260, and there is not a ball along with that. They did a lot of work and got all the bowling balls pre-ordered, and they're here. So these people are going home with the bowling balls that they wanted from Storm today. They didn't have to order them and have them shipped or anything like that. So. And
it's also nice to see a fairly large contingent from Storm here. You know, we've got Roger Nordhook here. We've got Louis Wimetz here. Our video and technical guy in the office is here wandering around. He's going to be doing some stuff. And Ralph Solon, who is originally from the area, is up here. He's the Southern sales rep, along with Steve Todd, who is the regional sales manager in this area. Steve is here. Randy Peterson, who is Storm staffer. Randy's here. Like I said, he'll be doing the broadcast tomorrow. So it's nice to see the Storm contingent here for this event.
Very
nice line there. I like that line.
Well, it's fun to, I mean, not just fun to watch somebody play something different out there and have it actually work for them.
Yeah, right.
So.
Instead of everybody outside.
Well, the way I look at what he's doing is it's very similar to what we used to have to do on a lot of the PBA patterns, and that's what we always called fallback.
Yeah. Is
to where you're not giving the 3-pin away, you're trying to keep it very, very straight through the heads in the mid lane, not create a lot of hook, but you're actually just trying to play much straighter and allow it to just kind of tip down lane and go through the pins. So.
All right, so take that a step further for me, Jeff. Tell me why is he more comfortable doing that than playing outside like some of the rest of these guys are?
I'm sure it has a lot to do with his physical game. He's probably more comfortable playing in than he is out based on his swing plane, walking path, things like that. His game is more set up, you know, at least in his mind, to play in. And if you're simply not comfortable playing a part of the lane, there's no reason for you to force yourself to do it. When if you can go in, at least get comfortable and find something, maybe you find something that nobody else is doing, and you can get through it. So.
Don Griffin with, I'm not sure what he just did there.
It was.
He left a split, I believe.
Yeah, it was the 3-6-7, I believe.
Okay. There's Matt Todd again on lane 40.
Now I'll reverse things, and I'm going to ask a question to the chat, to Brett Cunningham. Brett, how did you play him this morning? I didn't get to see you throw one shot at all. So just curious as to how you played him and what your thoughts were, because obviously you bowled pretty well. So.
Well, I was going to say, obviously he threw one shot often this morning.
Said he started staying around 8, looking at 3.
Closed his
with
eyes.
His eyes closed.
And
oh,
jammed
no,
the
wait,
twig.
that was somebody else. Okay. Well, I could see from the get-go on the guys that I was watching this morning on the video feed that at least starting out, say around 5, maybe even a little bit right of that was definitely the way to go. For instance, the one game I was watching had Brad Miller and Alex bowling. Alex was a little bit farther left. His look wasn't as good as Brad, who was a lot farther right.
So Brett was making parallel moves all day, never moved his feet without moving his eyes. The same amount.
It's kind of interesting to see a pattern where you bowl 8 games on it, and somebody that bowled as well as Brett did never got left at 11 at the arrows. So it's definitely a change from what most bowlers are used to. That by game 4 you're already throwing in the air.
Oh, Billy Ray, you're not going to draw me in on that one.
I will definitely take this one. No, Billy, because if they were to stand on the big dot and hit 5, it's going in the gutter on this pattern. So they are definitely forced a little bit farther left than what the standard big dot up 10.
Billy, I commented this morning on the right lane. A number of times I saw a lefty lined up in front of the ball return because he couldn't get far enough left on the lane. He was in front of the ball return to play the right lane. So
Mike Wolf with an impressive display right in front of us.
That last ball he threw was beautiful.
I don't think Wolf has ever thrown a bad shot. It's just, the lane doesn't cooperate sometimes. I'm still waiting for Natalie to comment on my lefty comment.
So let's look at this for a minute. We got maybe another 10 minutes left to go in this game before everybody gets moved. I guess games are taking about a half an hour.
Probably a little bit longer than that. Usually with 4 on a pair, it's going to be at least 40 to 45 minutes.
Well, that'll put us at the 8:15 spot before they even start oiling lanes. So we are definitely looking at probably a 9:15 start for C squad. Come on, guy on 40 sticks and rips out the 7 and 10, and you say nothing. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Just a few minutes ago, the guy on 40 stuck, and he ripped out the 7 and a 10.
And
I
now we said
obviously
something.
didn't say it. I didn't see it. So.
I didn't see it either.
I'm going to take Rad's word for that. And yes, Steve
Wait,
Harmon.
is that
it
the Steve Harmon?
Jeff
The?
Carter.
Is that hot dog himself that has just joined the chat? Natalie, I'm not going to repeat it. If you didn't see it, you're going to have to go back in the video archives and listen again, because I'm not going to repeat it.
Jason Wojcik's got a decent game going this block. I didn't see.
Mike Wolf is very, very good.
Yep, he sure is.
That must be jelly because jam don't shake like that. Billy, it's funny you should say that because I just got a text from Dell saying IHL. No, I'm actually not a lefty hater. I love to joke about the topic just because it's such a hot button. Good bowlers are good bowlers, whether you're righty, lefty, male, female, one-handed, two-handed, doesn't matter to me. Talent's talent.
And for me, I'm from the...
And I'll even include seniors in that group there.
The Navy,
yes.
yeah. The Navy taught me to take every shot, no matter what. So you're as much of a target if you're on a right-handed bowler than if you're a left-handed bowler too. So, what about a two-handed?
Now a two-handed lefty, I have no room for. Just kidding. Yes, I knew as soon as I said that I thought about Cassidy.
We had one in this tournament. Actually, two, I think. I think I saw two of them on the last.
Or Lambert. Well, right in front of us, we've got Mr. Mike Wolf going for a ham bone. A little shout out to Rob Stone there. BY 300, I'm going to assume that's Brett. Shouldn't you be working tonight? Ooh, Mike Wolf with his first career messenger, I think.
Let's go down to 31 and 2, where apparently, oh, never mind, he left the 7-pin. I heard Thompson down there was splitting hairs on the one board.
Like I said, Anthony bowled on tour for a little while. He's a very, very talented player.
Well, he might have been splitting hairs, and that wasn't the right hair to split. To carry.
I try and split arrows.
Arrows?
I only use a couple of them on the lane anyway, so.
Okay, so did we hear Mike Flanagan say a while ago that part of the problem with the slow scores coming out that was the bowlers were putting their score sheets in their purses?
I've actually run into that a few times in some of the tournaments that we run. A lot of people, when they're keeping track of their own score, they'll put them in their bowling bag, or they'll put them in their purse, or they'll put them somewhere. And when you walk through to gather scores, it takes twice as long to go looking for everybody's score sheet to get the scores written down, and it just takes forever. We had an event in Springfield not that long ago. We had 95 bowlers there, and it took me the entire game to go gather all the scores and get them in the computer. And literally, as soon as I put the last score in the computer, I was up going to gather scores for the next game. So it's always nice when everybody leaves their sheets together in one pile, so whoever's coming through to write scores down can easily find them.
I think we might have to secure the score sheets together in the future, so that they may not go anywhere else besides having all of them in one spot.
The lefty on 39 looks like he's got a pretty decent look. He's bowling right at 220, pretty solid game with a couple splits.
Right.
So it does look like we've got about an equal amount of righties and lefties that are scoring fairly well.
All right, we just had a bowler on lane 40 stick and missed the 10 pin, so I didn't want to miss that one. Clipboards are not safe around Brett Cunningham. Oh no, he hates these clipboards.
I think he broke one this last week, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we're going to have to send Brett to some anger management courses.
Sounds like it.
And why is Lee not here hanging out? Lee, where are you?
Yeah,
How
Lee
come
said
you're
he
not
was
here
going to be
hanging
in the
out?
No,
chat
he's got us plugged into his 40 some other inch big screen up on the wall. He posted it earlier.
Whatever. Billy, have a good night. Go make some dust, sell some balls, make some money. Make sure that they've got S's on them and they smell good. So, Mike Wolf's getting ready to step up on lane 42, go for a 5-bagger. Where was he at, Dennis, in the standings?
Mike Wolf. Let's check this.
I didn't look
and see. 36th. He was 89 over after 5, and this is game 7. So
another messenger.
Do you remember what he had down here?
So. No, I don't remember what he had last game.
Brett says 89 over, but I don't know.
That's what he was after 5.
Oh, after 5.
Yep.
Okay.
But
that's got to be one of the most disheartening shots, is to just see that head pin cartwheel in front of the 10 and not touch anything. That's about as bad as it gets. I guess having to double in the 10th frame to bowl 100 is about as bad as it gets. I should say that.
Natalie, he needs 6. He needs, actually, no, I'm sorry. He's got 179 in the 9th with a double up in the 10th, so he's going to shoot 2-0. With a miss of the head pin in the 2nd frame and a split in the 7th. Other than that, it's been a fairly decent game. Yeah.
Josie with a much better shot. So she gets the first hit in the 10th. She's staring 160. Should be in the 160s if she gets this one. So.
That was a nice ball.
Yep. And again, Blake went a little bit more left to right on that one, but he stayed soft with the bottom. He didn't accelerate through it, so that ball actually picked up and changed direction to go through the pins.
Also, it seemed like, I don't know, a little, he almost collapsed a little bit more at the bottom of the swing on that one, too.
Well, you know, in most cases, when you're trying to get the ball to roll, that's very important. Collapse that wrist back a little bit so you can actually stay behind it and roll up through it instead of getting your hand around it so quick to where you create a little bit more side rotation. What's the 57 mean on Demore's shirt? I really do not know that.
Blake lost his grandfather within the last year, and if I'm not mistaken, his grandfather gave him a Chevy. Okay, here it comes, Brett.
Yeah, Brett says
Cunningham.
for a 57 Chevy.
57 Chevy, and I saw pictures of it on Facebook. It's a pretty sweet-looking car, and I think it's almost exactly the same color as that shirt that he's wearing right there.
Makes sense. Good tribute.
Yep.
For instance, I do know that Nathan Bohr, he's a big soccer player, so that's why he wears number 10 on the back of his jersey. So, a little useless trivia for those of you out there. I'm actually full of useless trivia, dude. So anything you want to know that you can never use again, feel free to ask.
Yeah, I see the daily posts on Facebook. Starting game 8, it appears, on a couple of the pairs. Now we're finishing up game 7 right here on 41 and 2 in front of us. Mike Wolf stepping up in the 10th frame with 188 in the 8th with a spare up in the 9th.
So he's going at 238 if he doubles.
Hopefully 230 if he doubles, yeah.
Jeff is definitely a Rangers fan. Thank you for noticing.
He missed inside there on that shot. At least it looked from where I saw his ball crossing the head pin or crossing the target at the arrows and left a flat 10. He's acting like he chicken winged a little bit on that one, but he's going to need a pretty big last game in order to lock up a top 16 spot, or he might be looking at bowling again. Oh, yeah, I hope he didn't miss that. Yeah,
and
he did. He missed the 10 pin. Definitely now. 216 finish on that one there with an open in the 10th frame. And as these bowlers move off this pair, we'll get a new set for game 8, and that'll be it for B Squad on 2013 Storm IB Open. Hopefully the bowlers in the house remember that the tournament was brought to you by Budweiser, and thank them in the lounge area. What I'd really like,
I was going to say, Don, that's not a bad idea with the folder, but I think Brett could rip a folder in half easier than he could break a clipboard.
Are we still dealing with Brett Cunningham and breaking everything that we're trying to do? Okay.
I think Brett's anger issues are trending right now on Twitter.
Maybe. Tell Jason Belmonte that plastic doesn't make enough noise. No, folder doesn't make enough noise if they're plastic.
There we go, more controversy.
Yep.
I'm not touching that one since I roomed with Rash for 4 years and I'm friends with Jason.
Yep.
I'm not touching
You're
that.
not going to touch that
topic.
one?
No.
Huh. Quite the crowd in here now, standing behind. Obviously, part of that's due to the fact that C Squad is supposed to be underway in half an hour. We're not going to be even close to that, but chances are over half of C Squad is still on the lanes right now. If what happens that they think is going to happen. So
very possible.
I would imagine that the ones who are bowling for the first time are all checked in by this time.
Once again, we're in game 8, finishing up B Squad. They will be stripping and re-oiling and getting everything put together for C Squad coming up later on tonight. And after tonight's competition is over, they will be cutting to the top 16 for finals tomorrow.
So in front of us, from what we can tell right now, we've got Don Griffin bowling on 39 and 40. And Mr. Thompson as well. What's his first name, Chris?
Anthony.
Anthony Thompson. And Bill O'Neill is over on 43 and 4, just outside of the view of one of our featured pairs here, 41 and 2. Mike Wolf seems to like that pair. He stayed in the settee, so. He may be punting game 8. I don't know for sure.
Looks like he's texting someone.
Yeah.
Or playing a game. I don't know.
Could be. Tweeting maybe.
Yeah, maybe he is tweeting.
Oh, he's got words with friends up.
Does he know he's got to move pairs yet?
I don't think he knows. Maybe, he is. He was a touring player. He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't really have to do anything, does
right.
he?
Bill O'Neill strikes on his first ball in game 8 here. And at the end of game 5, he was 184 over. We don't have a update since then. But obviously in very good shape at that point, so I don't think Bill's got a whole lot to worry about.
I'm sat back on the screen down there on 31-32. Got Blake DeMore, who was one of the few guys that we've seen play in so far on this pattern, down on our other camera on 47 and 8.
Power washed on that shot.
So another one where it looked like he kind of accelerated a little bit at the bottom and it just kind of got away from him. So. Anything for blisters on the thumb to cure it overnight. It may sound stupid, Brett, but stick it in a potato. Either that or take your thumb out and throw it two-handed tomorrow.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Oh, I wouldn't. Well, if you, where's it at on the thumb, Brett? If it's on the side, I wouldn't.
Hi, guys.
That's better.
Hi, Michael.
Got new equipment. I don't know how to work it.
Yep.
Giving Matt a little bit of a relief break here real quick. Guys, have you guys been predicting any cut scores?
We've kind of talked about it a little bit, and still the big unknown variable is what's going to happen, you know, on C Squad with the 5 on a pair and another strip of real oil.
Well, I'm putting out the U.S. Open pattern.
Ah! Then I'm going to go grab some
No, I'm
balls.
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You didn't bring bowling balls. All you brought was baseballs.
Yeah, that's true, Jeff.
I brought a lot of I bought 2 whole buckets of baseballs down here with me.
Did you really?
It's pretty typical. I threw batting practice the other night, over 250 pitches. I was a little tired.
Really?
I'm going to have to renegotiate my contract.
Why didn't they limit your pitch count that night?
Because I'm not a Scott Boras client.
Oh,
okay. Hey, guys, I've been listening to you guys. I really appreciate you guys filling in on this webcast and bringing some great, insightful knowledge to everybody at home. We are so blessed here at InsideBowling.com to have such great guests that come and want to sit down and be part of this thing. And just want to take a minute just to thank you guys.
It's only for you, Michael.
Yep.
Just because of our love for you that we want to come down and do this. So it's a lot of fun. We enjoy it. It's something that Dennis and I are both passionate about. So.
Well, I told him a couple weeks ago all he has to do is ask if I'm in town or available. Obviously.
Besides, Roger made me drive down.
Yeah.
He guilted me into it. So.
He's got some power.
Yeah.
He's got the power. He's got the reign of power. Speaking of
does.
reign of power, you know, this InsideBowling.com Open this year has been renamed the Storm InsideBowling.com Open because Storm has sponsored this event and put a nice hefty chunk in the prize fund and also has bowling balls for every bowler in the event this year. And I also always got to thank Budweiser, the king of beers, for providing all the signage and that for us. Budweiser's been very good to us now for 3 years in a row.
You know, we've talked at length about the Storm's involvement and the fact that you get a bowling ball. You've been in the office quite a bit all day. Do you have any idea what ball was the hottest one leaving?
It was Sink. And
I would imagine so.
And the best way to really judge that is if you go to InsideBowling.com and click on Tournaments, IB Open, and you can see all the entrants. And you can see that before the tournament, we've even got a little bar down there that shows you which one's got the most.
Gotcha.
And Sink was number 1. Gold
Awesome.
IQ was second.
Awesome.
It's also got a little ball icon next to each bowler's name.
Absolutely.
So you can see what each bowler chose for their bowling ball.
Very cool.
Yep. Guys, I'm going to bug out. Matt's back.
Right.
It's a pleasure sitting in with you for
thanks
a quick
for
little
checking in.
splash and go pit stop here.
Good luck getting C Squad put together.
Thanks. Yeah. I think they're on it.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh, this is going to be a tough one to
Here we go.
Well, first of all, my favorite ball is my spare ball. It's the one that seems to get me by the most, but right now it's very difficult for me to have a favorite. I really haven't bowled much in the last 5 or 6 months. I fractured my ankle back in January, so I've bowled less than 20 games this year probably. But I would actually tend to say right now, of everything I have, besides my high roads, the IQ Tour is by far my favorite ball in the bag. That's something that really fits my game very, very well. The IQ Tour solid. I also really like what I see out of the Disturbed and the Wreckers. So it's nice that we've got some rotor grip balls that are really, really starting to make an impact. It's nice to see that brand be a little bit stronger than what we saw for a year or two. So Rotor Grip is definitely making a huge comeback. But I'm really happy with the arsenal that we've got put together at Storm Bowling Products, from top to bottom, including the new Freakin' Frantic Lights Out. And I'm actually anxious to see what the Supernatural is going to do occasionally when we get a chance to throw it.
I told you I drilled a pearl before the state tournament,
right.
whenever I went down there. And I hadn't drilled the solid yet until getting ready to go do that. So took those both to the state tournament, and obviously it was a house shot that I bowled on there. But I found that the solid was easier to control on the fresh whenever the back ends were real strong. And when I wanted to open the lane up a little bit, it was a good transition to the pearl. Actually, it was strong enough to go around the pattern and know that it was still coming back when it got wider from what I was throwing before. So,
we've got a few people in the chat that are Frantic fans. I had a hard time matching up with that ball. It was a little bit too angular for me. I actually liked the Manic a lot more. It was a lot smoother, and I could do a lot more things with it. So we'll see what happens with the Freakin' Frantic. I'm not sure how that's going to fit in with me, but with surface changes and things like that, I can do some things to kind of tweak that reaction a little bit for when I need it. So,
Lee Bedoris says that his living room smells like iced cranberry. He doesn't know how he feels about that. Does change to a different...
Keep your bowling balls in the bathroom then if you don't like how it smells in your
I
living room.
didn't know he was talking about bowling balls. I thought it was he'd gotten the wrong kind of Febreze or something like that. I don't know. You drafted the agent the other day whenever you started the bowling ball draft.
Yes, I did. I actually started a topic the other day or a little Facebook post on, in honor of the NFL draft, the 2013 bowling ball draft. With the first pick, I took the agent, which is probably one of my favorite balls of all time. So. And Hot Dog chimed in, said that I don't shoot any spares. He hasn't seen me bowl in a few years.
Did you happen to notice what ball I drafted in that draft?
I saw it. No, I don't know if I saw yours or not, what you did.
Tommy Hudson LT51.
Oh, I did see that, yeah. And I had one of those. I'm just old enough to have had one of those.
All right, so who's the kid on 42?
That would be AJ Chapman. I actually had the pleasure of working with AJ. It's probably been 4 or 5 years ago now. Him and a few others came, to Springfield, and I worked with him for a day. A lot of talent, a lot of raw, natural talent.
Fantastic roll on the ball.
He does.
On the last two. I mean, that ball right there, obviously solid 8. First 3 shots were all beautiful shots.
Yep.
So very, very nice.
I love working with kids like AJ because it makes my job easier when they start with a lot of talent. But it's kind of a pleasure, like I said earlier, watching them grow and progress as the years go by. Got a fig jam for the T-Road Solid. I was a huge T-Road Pearl fan. I actually still have about a half a dozen blanks stored somewhere in the basement for a rainy day.
So let me ask this. How do you deal with somebody when you're working with them and you get the words, "I can't do that," out of their mouth?
Well, first of all, I don't believe in the word can't. I've told my kids that for years, so now my son, who is a bigger smart aleck than me, says, "Okay, Dad, I cannot." So yeah, that's what I have to deal with for my 8-year-old. But anybody can do anything. It's just a matter of how hard you want to work. If you want to put the time in, you want to put the work in, you can accomplish anything you want. That's one of the beauties about the sport of bowling, is everybody has a high ceiling. So, it doesn't matter what age you are, your size, your skill level, you can always improve. It's just a matter of what do you want to do to get better? What part of the sport do you want to learn to improve on? So everybody has that opportunity.
What about that's not my game?
What's that?
What about if somebody says to you, that's not my game?
Well,
or I don't throw the ball like that.
You know, that's definitely a good point. Everybody will have certain limitations. It's up to us in the coaching industry to help find what are the tricks and the tools that we can come up with to overcome that.
Okay.
You know, I deal with a lot of people that say, you know, I don't have a high enough rev rate to play in. Well, you can go as far as somebody like a Brian Voss. I've watched Brian Voss win PBA tournaments from in front of the ball return. His rev rate certainly isn't higher than most of your average bowlers, but he's able to make up with it with body position, hip and shoulder angles, softer touch, speed and manipulation, things like that to be able to do it. So everybody actually has the ability to do it. It's just a matter of finding those little tricks that you can incorporate into your game to make it work.
We've got, I believe it's Tom Patton and Bill O'Neill.
I call Tom the General, General Patton. Tom's a very good amateur player from the Kansas City area.
Let's put it this way, if it was a true Baker game, Billy O'Neill is looking to close out a 300 between the two of them in the first 6 frames. Billy
O'Neill has a Johnny Bench going right now. And Tom Patton has a Stan Musial
Stan Musial, that's right.
In honor of
and he
St.
does
Louis.
it, so there we go.
Big Don, what is a good heavy oil ball for high rev, hard throwing bowler? That's an interesting question because of the high rev part. It really depends on how you match up with symmetrical core bowling balls and asymmetrical core bowling balls. You know, if you are a bigger fan of symmetrical cores, I would say somewhere along the lines of a disturbed. You know, that ball is going to actually pick up a roll early enough to give you what you want. But if you like asymmetrical core bowling balls, then either a Sink or a Defiant Soul, one of those two.
Folks, we are halfway through game 8 on B Squad of the 2013 Storm InsideBowling.com Open, presented by Budweiser. When this game is finished, they have a re-oil. They also have to figure out how many bowlers they're going to have on C Squad. If we don't exceed 96, it'll be just 4 on a pair. But if we do, they'll go maximum 5 on a pair to 120 bowlers on C Squad. And from the way things look, I'm anticipating that we might get started on C Squad maybe around 9:15. So that's what we have looking forward ahead of us here. And that means another 8 games to go tonight, guys.
Just more fun for us.
I think Randy is going to spend some time in the booth tonight, if Mike was told me earlier.
I may have to eat during the break because I'm starting to get a little hungry.
Tom left a half 10, not the normal half 10. It was just a little flip around, but not hard flip around. And Billy O'Neill's up on lane 44, looking for number 7 in a row, and in very, very good shape for the tournament. After game 5, he was already in 6th place, easily leading B Squad.
AJ with a kind break to pick up the double.
AJ must be in a situation where he might be in contention. He's got quite a crowd behind him rooting him on, but they're on every shot here, so he might be in contention here to do something.
Billy O 4 pins after his standing usual, so that string is over. See, we keep talking about him and they keep missing, dude.
Sorry, dude. AJ was okay.
I gotta feel like a lot of this is all on me.
After game 5, AJ was plus 77, so it's very possible in the last 2 games he's done enough to get him in position for them to be worried about every shot he makes right now.
Down on 35 and 6. Looks like Dan Higgins. I'm about ready to black cloud him because he has a triple, a single, and a triple all consecutively to start this game. He's another one of our Storm guys.
AJ up on the left lane here, 41.
Looks like he's starting to migrate a little bit farther left with a disturb. Makes a good shot, just rings the 10.
Well, that's where he's been hitting for on every time I've watched him bowl in that lane so far. So.
Got the general back up on 43.
Very nice shot. You know, for Tom, this could be a huge game here at the end, depending on where he's sitting. I don't know where he was after 5. That's all we got to go on right now. The fact that everybody's all mixed together, it's really hard to find bowlers on here.
And AJ misses the 10 pin, so that's going to hurt him a little bit. He's got a couple of holes now this game, so he's going to have to fill it up. It looks like. Brett, don't you have a pair of shorts that look just like AJ's pants, though?
There's a difference between shorts and pants.
Nicely played, sir. Nicely played.
Only height.
Tell that to Sean Swanson.
John Griffin.
Looks like Billy O'Neill has brought his Philadelphia Hitman spare ball with him this week. Excuse me a second, I have to go give CDB a hug.
Okay. Only game 5 here. Tim Grundler just threw a shot on lanes 43 and 4. He's I think he's part of the Prepare for College tournaments that are up here.
We have a. Did Dan keep striking, or did we miss him?
No, he left a single pin.
See, I black clouded him too. I'm just going to quit talking about anybody that's striking.
Okay, remember, we don't have any definite squad time for, start for C. I'm only guessing, but if we get done with this in the next 10 minutes, I'd say it's possible, 9:15.
We're also on only one side of the bowling center, so we have no idea what's going on the other side on whether or not they're keeping up with the same time frame or not. So
over on,
it still has to wait till the last person has thrown their shot before they're going to start reconditioning the lanes for the next squad.
37, Brett Shepard's on 290 pace right now. He's up on 37.
I'm definitely not going to say anything because I will definitely black cloud Brett. I've done that before. AJ needs to finish this game up. Got that one in a little bit and it held. So, I'm sure he will take that shot and move on. I think USBC says you have to take it.
Well, if USBC says that, right now I'd say about 7 out of 10 people would argue with them on it. So.
See, Billy just left a 2-4-8-10, going for the spare, and he makes it. That's why they call him the real deal, folks.
So they've got 6 game standings posted up on the scroller here. We don't have a printed copy of those, but that's okay. So Nidifer's leading this squad now with Bill O'Neill second. Antonio Medina up there in the top 6 right now with the combined scoreboard.
El Huapo's been bowling fairly well so far.
Very nice today. Yes, very, very nice today.
Kenny McNeely with his unique style that served him well back in the olden days of the PBA. Anthony Thompson with Brooklyn, but like I said, boy, does he throw it good. It's kind of like in baseball where you see the left-handers have such sweet swings all the time. It's just
right.
So cool watching how many lefties have just absolutely perfect styles. AJ, big shot for him.
Yeah.
Picks up a huge double.
And that ball had just a little bit of a different trajectory through the heads. He hit the same target or across the same board at the arrows that he was aiming at, but it looked.
But again, kind of like what we talked about earlier,
right.
When you're in the right part of the lane with the right ball, that gives you the ability to get away with a shot or two from a couple different angles and still make it look good down lane. So
I believe that was intentional.
That just tells you when you are lined up and you're going good.
The way that looked to me, though, I'm thinking that it was intentional. I mean, the last time he did solid 10 on an angle that he might not have been happy with on the inside of that lane, and it looked to me like he actually gave the ball more room on purpose.
You know, if that's the case, it's another one of those things. If you have those tricks in your bag to where you can change those angles up front to create a different angle down lane, it's always good options to have if you can do it. It's like Tom Patton finished up with 268 that game, so solid round for the general. Billy O'Neill's up in the 10th to finish up his game. He's got 250 out, so he can very possibly jump into the lead. He needs, looks like he needs a mark to take the lead. I need an official statistician running around and add
right,
numbers for me.
And remember, this is only after five games.
Was after
yeah.
5 games, so
yeah. No, we've got a 6-game standings there.
There's a pretty good chance that Billy's going to end up leading after B squad. So.
But Nidifer was ahead of him after 6 games.
That's right. Anthony Thompson with a big 3-bagger. He's a little fired up, so he must be close to the number.
Well, the concourse is getting a lot more people in it as we're finishing up here.
Definitely.
On
people coming into Bull C squad.
It's going to be a late night tonight, that's for sure.
Not nearly as late as what we went through for the team challenge last year, though, and we ended up having a roll-off for the last spot, and we didn't get out of the bowling center until 3 in the morning.
A full 5-person team roll-off, full game. So yes, when you think you're done, you get done at 1 something in the morning, and then realize that you've got at least an hour more to go before you can publish the standings.
Yep. Once again, those of you that are interested in team bowling, I believe it is September 6th, 7th, and 8th, or 7th, 8th, and 9th. I'd have to look at the dates again. Springfield, Illinois, Kingpin Lanes. It'll be the Mary Tubner Memorial Team Challenge presented by Storm Bowling Products. All the information is available on Facebook. Look up Lane and Lincoln Tournaments, go to events, see the long list of events that we run. Just search for the Team Challenge, and that gives you all the information that you need as far as eligibility requirements, the patterns, so on and so forth. So if anybody's interested in that, feel free to contact me, and I will navigate you to the right spot. Hot dogs chiming in about the team challenge. Just make sure you tell Jack Laffey to be there on time this year so we can get out of the bowling center before 3 a.m.
Printed here, chapter game 5. You saw that? Nice one, Steve.
Just got a quick score update from the other side of the house from Zeke over here. He says that the highest game he sees on the scoreboard over there is like 220.
Well,
you know, that was brought up earlier on. Did they bowl the doubles on the other side?
No, it was over here.
No, it was
over
just
here.
on this side.
So it was the scoring pace was different side to side this morning. This was the lower side this morning. Is that correct?
I believe so. I mean, from what I had seen, because the 800 that Pepe had was over there on that side. He came over here on the last. AJ 10 pin or 7 pin in the 10th. He's going to shoot 2-teen.
Pretty dejected about that.
Yeah,
his
like
he may,
the way his body language is.
He may have to re-enter for C squad to have a chance at it.
Can a guy his age still bowl 16 games in a row? Do you think? I don't know.
I don't know if I've bowled 18 games yet this year. So. We bowled 12 games last weekend for state tournament, and I was worn out.
Why 12? What's the extra event for you guys?
We bowled a second team.
Oh, they allow you guys to do that?
We actually
Okay.
have unlimited teams in Illinois.
I've been toying around with some different things. I had asked on Facebook one time what people would do if we allowed a 4-person team and a 5-person team event. You know, have both of those in there where you could bowl both of them, and got the same apathetic response on Facebook that we get for everything that we ask right now. So.
Just another case of trying different ideas and seeing what the masses will like. I know we still deal, in most cases, with the groups that, you know, we've been doing it this way for 50 years. Why change now? But this era of bowling definitely isn't the same as what it was. It's time for some major changes in certain areas, and unless people want to jump on board, they may get left behind depending on how things go. So.
Brett Cunningham says he hopes that he's in the top 5 after this squad. I think everybody on this squad wishes they would be in the top 5 after this squad. So. Oh, Harmon's got another message for you in there. So. Just a couple more shots left here on the B squad of the 2013 Storm IB Open presented by Budweiser.
Yeah, Hot Dog, I'm actually really excited to head to the USBC Nationals this year. First time I've been on the bowl since, I think, 2005 or 2006, and you know, we've got a pretty solid team, pretty solid unit that we're taking out there. Both of our Team TurboTech teams, we're looking for that opportunity to go out there and try and win an eagle. So, you know, I saw you bowled outstanding out there, so I'm just kind of trying to hope to keep up with what you did. And same thing with John Zerbinski. Boy, he crushed him. He had 22-28.
There's little that John Zerbinski did not crush this year that he participated in. I tell you what, that is a impressive guy to watch.
Another kid that came up through the college ranks, Wichita State grad, throws it good. He's tournament tested through the collegiate level. Good solid mental game. Very, very aggressive. So, yeah, I really like John's game.
I loved watching the Team USA trials, all the different shots that they bowled on for those 5 days this year, and watching what he did. And even, you know, what was really even just as cool is Dell getting on the broadcast out there or the webcast as they were showing what was going on, and hearing him talk about John, and as experienced as he is, still second-guessing moves that he makes out there, and worrying that he's not going to bowl good enough on this pattern to be able to make it into the top or onto the team, and somebody with that much talent still worrying about all of that. It's just cool. So.
Well, in some cases, that almost magnifies as time goes on. You know, you question yourself more. You second guess yourself a lot more. especially as the talent pool keeps getting deeper and deeper and deeper in the sport. So,
all right, folks, we do have standings after 7 games here. If you scroll down to the bottom of your screen, you'll be able to see it. Brett Cunningham, your wish to see if you would still be in the top 5 after this squad. Right now, you are 5th. Craig Nidifer in first place in the tournament right now at plus 252, followed by Billy O'Neill at 234 over. Antonio Medina in third place, plus 219. A squad's leader, Anthony Pepe, at plus 218, and then Brett Cunningham at 216. Tim Barrett, 213, is in 6th place. Anthony Lacaze in 7th at 208. Those are the bowlers that are at least plus 200. Obviously, we have an 8th game for 4 of them to put in there yet. So the only one right now that is right around you, Brett, is Tim Barrett that could go ahead of you. But not far down the list, we've got Matt Gasson in 10th, 187, and Rob Gotchel at 186. So those guys with a 230 in their last game could also pass you up. And let's see, Mike Fagan's 176 from the first block is still good enough for 13th place overall. Marshall Kent plus 174, currently 14th after 7 games. Kyle Sherman, 157 over, currently 17th after 7 games. Right, tied with Chad Kloss. Mike Wolf was at 150. Carolyn Dorn Boward, 146 over in 20th place. So right now, as we look at this, the 16th is plus 158. 10th, if we look at it, is plus 187. So, and we still have, like I said, 1 game to be added into these standings here to finish out the B squad. If we look a little further down, let's assume that we get that that 120 on the C squad that everybody was thinking we were going to get. 1 in 5 would be 60 pay spots, and right now 60th, again with 1 game left to go to be added on B squad, was about 50 over. Somebody said that number this morning, which was a possibility.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb right now and make my prediction.
Okay, here we go. Jeff Carter predicting.
My prediction is it will take plus 187 to make the cut.
And right now that's in 10th.
That's my prediction, 187. Write it down, call the bank.
We don't need to write it down specifically, dude. I know I've got Mad Cow, but I'll remember that before the end of the night. So.
It may be after midnight before you have to recall that number, and you'll be asleep by then.
Okay, no, I won't.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up this section here for the B squad since everybody's done bowling. We're going to take a short break here while they re-oil for C squad. Play a little music here.
Hopefully it's a little Van Halen.
Yeah, I think there is a little Van Halen in the mix.
I think Mike put that in the playlist just for me.
I think I saw it.
Matt, while the music is playing, if they update the scores, they'll still be able to see it.
Yeah, the tabs will continue to update below your the live stream window here. If you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see you might have to refresh your browser if they have not updated for you, but they will update automatically as they get them entered in. As you can see, the scroller is going by after Game 7. But on behalf of Jeff Carter here, Dennis Hacker, myself, Matt Turek, and all the Inside Bowling crew, we'll return shortly here with C Squad.
See y'all soon. Thanks.